Check 1 2. Good morning. Just a minute here. I got had a forced update this morning. Switch right over here. Hold on. Okay, so good morning to you out there. Hope you all had a good night last night. We have a few topics to go over this morning. I'm a little bit late here. I had my it was really weird. I have got a forced update this morning, and it's kind of changing what's going on. Let me mute BOOKMAP here for a minute for you. Okay, so let's take a look at the market right here. So we have a previous low. I was going to post this morning, and then I was falling a little bit behind. But I want to show you 398 over here. This is a kind of an important level today. So right over here, you can see this is the previous low here, 398.17. And you kind of want to be looking for this. There's kind of two zones you're looking for here. You're looking for it's kind of a box right here as a pretty large pivot. And then this previous high, or excuse me, previous low, change that up here a little bit. You want to be looking for this retest here. So you've got this retest going on the open, right? This would be normal to see a retest here. Testing the previous day's lows. And then from here, you're looking for a rejection above for lower lows. This is kind of a major kind of a thing right here for bears. They need to they want to test the major lows here. Now, if we immediately start breaking through or driving through down here, this is uber bearish. If we break through this retest, you could definitely put some puts on here. If we break through right here, if we don't break through right here, the next attempt for bears is going to be up somewhere up here at that pivot point, that 200 SMA for this break lower. Now, then on the third, there's a third option here. So, this break below down here, right, and this confirmation, if we're able to break through right here, even if we come back up, it still opens the door for bears. But we'll look at this on a larger time frame here so that you can see the point that I was trying to make this morning. Well, did I get rid of it? So you can see that just this 200 MA right here. Bears really want to be breaking through this. What do we got going on here? This is all wrong. We need to get our stuff, all these stupid right here. Somewhere right up here. And you can kind of see that. I want you to see this. These bears get real technical. So see this right here, this yellow line right here. They're trying to break through this, not just the retest of the previous low, but at least push through. And I made a post on regular Twitter that you wanted to kind of see this break below this channel here. It's a like a HAL 9000 kind of a thing where if you breach, I don't know where this is here. I think they got the breach this morning on more. It depends on the yeah, they got that nice breach this morning. You can see it. Yesterday they didn't. Kind of see they didn't get the breach here yesterday. And they're getting the breach right now. They really want this today. And this doesn't really matter if we continue down today. If we don't or do, it doesn't really matter. Just the technical breach of this larger channel is important for bears. I don't know where the fuck it is exactly here, but it's close enough that it's been breached. Oftentimes you'll see a breach of one of these of a trend, And then you're either going to see two things here. You're either going to see the breach, and we'll revisit it down the road, and you'll see a bloodbath. If you don't see the bloodbath down the road, you'll typically see the retracement, and then we 1, 2, and slam back down, and we start off to the races. The neat part about this is kind of like the last, you got like 1 or 2 more chances for bulls, but other than that, this breach right here definitely signifies, you got the break yesterday. We had the break of the pivot point yesterday. The 200 MA yesterday got broken. And I think there was one other key indicator that got broken yesterday. It's like 2 or 3 uber bearish events that took place here. We also talked about last night, could we have that trick move in the overnight where we blast down and then open up for a move higher? And we're having it right on the opening bell. We didn't get it in the overnight. We're getting it right now at the open this morning. And so this is kind of a key moment for bears. They want to hold this for the rest of the day. This kind of signifies the end, regardless if it's today, regardless if it's next week or the week after. This is most certainly a technical break that bears needed. Let me see if I can bring this back here. This is most certainly a technical break that bears needed here to open the doorway to the meat of the trade for bears. Bears need, you've got this. Let me bring this in a larger time frame here. If you've got like a major trades going on in the market, let me do a 6-month here. When you have major down moves in a market, you want some confirmation that we're heading this way. This is a huge trade right here, right? These are giant trades, giant trade here, and then a further giant trade down right here. So when you want to unlock this door, you want to unlock this door to come down to lower lows, and that's regardless of. Hold on, give me a second here. We're going to delete this in a minute, but I just want to put it here. This opens doors to retest this level right here. It opens up another door to retest the lows that we have down here, right? This would be red down here, I guess. And believe it or not, well, not believe it or not, but to want to go lower. You've got this level here, and if you break this trend that we have, even if it's just briefly, it doesn't really matter. You've broken below it. You're now looking for some major low tests here, and the bears really want something down here. This is that 3,200. We've got the 3,500 test here and 3,200 here. It doesn't matter how long it takes to get here, but once the key is in there, that's it. You've kind of, it really at that point, the bull-like argument to go higher is kind of out the window at this point. There's no more onus, or I guess there's no more onus on the bears anymore to say, hey, we're heading lower. The onus now shifts with that break this morning to bulls to say, yeah, well, fuck you, this is fake. This is just an extreme bottom. We're going to rip higher, that kind of stuff. So you're having a shift at this moment, this morning, this breach down below here of saying, nope, the door's open, the key's open. We really don't give a flying fuck if it happens today. We really don't give a flying fuck if it happens tomorrow. We really don't care. Let me see if I can get to the monthly here. Bears at this point really don't care if we trade up to 415. They have zero cares here. This break this morning is an algorithm, or no, I don't want to call it an algorithm, but this is where a bank software, a bank computer program is coming below here. They call it opening the door. As soon as that door is open, it doesn't matter where we trade up here. There's the onus is, or not the the onus is. I want to say the shift is the bulls don't have the ball in their court any longer. It's all about now positioning this trade down to lower lows. So what we'll have to do is start getting out some targets. I'm sure you guys have them. You have the retest of 3,500. We got 348 down here. There's some more bullshit down here around. We got this gap to close down here at 360 to 355. And then lower lows, 3,200, certainly on the tail. You'll hear that with this break this morning. that there's an opportunity for bears to get that low. When we're trading down here, the moment we made this, let me bring this back. So you can see this. When we were down here, right, we had this rip higher, we came back down, and we had this touch down here. We had this nice higher bottom, right? This bottoming process that took place up here wasn't quite as low as it was before, and this gave the bulls a chance, right, to say, hey, you know what? This might be a turn in the market, and so you give the credence to the bulls and say, you know what? The fucking bulls are going to make this run up here, and they are definitely going to take an attempt to break out of this channel. So you have to give the bulls this chance to break out of this channel. The moment that they fail, right, which they did start to fail, but then this breach right here, this kind of says, yeah, we took this trip up to see if this was it, and we're being told no. So the moment you're being told no, you have to then shift that thinking and say to yourself, okay, so let's start looking lower here. We're being told no, it's not higher, it is lower. And where is lower? And there are some huge lower numbers down below. Huge. And this is what we talked about last week and the week. I think it's funny. I think every week on this trip up here, I think we've had that conversation with trade the levels here, right? Trade the level up. As we come back down, you're trading levels because until this breaches, you can't start talking about how deep and how far it's going to go. Once you do break, though, it does open that door. And this is where the meat of that down trade is. This is a huge trade available here, and it's time to put the bear suit on. It's time to start saying to yourself, okay, we got the bull suit on running up here, and we're going to take this bull suit to conclusion, and now we're going to put the bear suit on, and we're going to take it to conclusion, and you have to give the bears this chance down here to go deep. I mean, I'm talking deep. Like you're talking, I don't know what the number of points are here, but you're talking, we're at 400 right now, right? And right, you're talking at least 360, 355 minimum. You're looking for 3,200. That would be fair to even put on the table. So you're talking about a giant trade. That's like an 800-point trade down, right? That's huge, 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 huge. To take a trade with confidence down here. Absolutely. When you get told no, we're going up here, and you get told no, we're not going anywhere. We're up here. This is how the market works on a larger time frame, right? We go lower until we find demand, right? We find some demand, right? We ricochet back up, and we go all the way up until we find some real supply. The moment we find real supply, we head right back down, looking for larger demand, right, than the supply that was above. These are all basic mechanics in our stock markets. When you see this stuff happen here, this is where the meat of the trade is. This is where if a bear comes to me and says, hey, look, Cap, we're going to roll this market down. We're going to go down to 3,200. We're going to go down to 2,800. We're going to go to 2,400. Right now is where you give the bears legit credence and say, you know what, I gotta listen to this guy. I gotta listen to this lady because they're technically making their point right now. They're technically breaking trend as we speak currently. Now, what does that mean for you as a taking this short here, taking this short position? There's no rush. You can take it now. You can put on a put position. I would I've got a like a triple leveraged Dow short that's for March. But you could take that short here. You could take it. I mean, we could bloodbath it down and still come back up, and you'll have an opportunity. Is my point. You could be like, nope, fuck that, Cap. I'm getting it right now. I would get this trade at some point in the next, I don't know, today into end of month. Grab yourself a beautiful put position. You could get a put that's dated for 6 months from now that you hold until March. You could get a put that's a put spread dated into March. You could hold it into April just in case they try to burn all a deep low, right? Let's say you're like, I want 3,200, Cap. Get it for April. Give it an extra month, just in case there's some fuckery for us getting there, right? But throw something on at this point for this market that's going to print for you. because this is telling you that we're breaking trend. There's a few other brief moments back here where they were like, nope, sorry, sucker, we're going up. But this is a key break right here. Key. This is what bears want to see. This is constructive for bears. This is showing the turn, right? Absolute perfect, beautiful rolling the market over. So start to consider that trade. This is the same setup as down below. If you're a bull out there and you're looking for some constructive moves for bottoms down here, right? The bears just did it on the top up here. So, and there's plenty of meat on that trade heading down. I would not stare at that trade every day. If you don't have another brokerage or another account with your brokerage, you place that trade, you don't look at it. Don't look at it, don't check on it. You're looking to be checking on that trade the first time. Way down here, like 385, 380, and then down here at 360. I'll post some numbers for you for some signposts as we make our way down. If you ask me where we're going down here, I think initially on a confirmation roll, you're definitely looking for. I would, if you said to me, "Hey Cap, I think 350, 360 is on board. I think 335. I think 3200 is on board. I don't think that's unreasonable for where we are right now. As we get closer, you can take profit, re-enter, and trade the levels as we get closer. But absolutely, and there's this one right here, right? 380, 385. There's levels to break and for you to check as we head down. But without a doubt, if a bear says to me, we're going to 3200 like last week, week before, no credence. Today, they have most certainly made the case for breaking trend. Most certainly made the case for any kind of nastiness down here. Now, do I think a bear is a case for like 2400? Fuck no. This is the meat of the trade somewhere in here. You only need to capture, some of this right here is beautiful, and then start trading level to level as we get down here, right? Same as any kind of a move like this, right? And then if we break through here and get down to the 20s, or get down to the 1600s or any of that kind of stuff, I'm all for it. The truth is, I don't think we get down here because I don't think the timing is right. But the sooner we get down there, the sooner we get down to like 1600, 2400. I don't think 3200 maybe, but anywhere down in here, you're going to see a QT end. You're going to see a bottom actually be put in the market. And we'll track this as it goes along. We don't want to see this for 2023, right? That's that sideways trade. There's a lot of agreement out there that we'll have a sideways trade until we actually get economic conditions to be similar, or we've broken something. This is it's not a brutal trade. It's a really good trade, but it'd be better if you're a bull to get a bottom that you can trade off of. You can get rates will come off. You get some QE, and the market can continue on. So this is very productive for bears. Very productive for at least some lower targets with a juicy trade coming up.
Says 2023 outlook is negative for most regions as growth and consumer demand slows.
Let's see if we can bring this up for you.
10 seconds. 51 spot 4, 51 spot 4.
I saw someone comment last night. I saw someone comment, I'm happy that we're selling off into the FOMC. If we weren't selling off in FOMC, I would be concerned. So there are bulls out there still saying, nope, that this all has to do with some kind of a rip coming into the FOMC meeting. I'd be open to that. But I still am. This breach down below here, today, most certainly lends credence to the bear case. Hang on just a second here. And I would be conscious of that. Even a rip off of the FOMC meeting, this door has been breached down below. The Bears have it all. It's all in their court now. They own the ball. This is all on them to take and ride down. over the, I would say into at least March, if not January. January is the aggressive approach to it, that you're going to see some kind of a market bottom or depth or like some depth to a market bottom. In January, the safest trade is probably at least two more months out. It leaves some time for what I don't know what you call it, like fuckery or something. As a matter of fact, you can see stuff like that. You can see that same kind of. You can see that same kind of, like, I don't want to call it fuckery, but stuff like this is wild, right? Especially if you're a bull up here, and you get a bloodbath, and then it's back up like this. You'll see similar stuff like this, right? In the same way on the way back down here. So put some extra time on so that you don't have to worry about moves like this, right? If you're bearish, you don't want to have to be like, if we're going down here, let's say, and you see some giant rip higher, you don't want to have to worry about that stuff. You want your put position to just kind of grow as we head down over time. The algo that I have is finally, so right where we are right now, that algo is finally starting to roll itself over right now. So we're breaking some key levels.
We have posted out the Canadian IV PMI full report on the website for anyone interested.
Just a second here, I'm checking this algo. So it's affecting the smaller time frames, but not the larger time frames. The more it's the crazy part too is the more that it sells off, the more that it wants to come back to VWAP. It's like demanding a trip higher to VWAP. All right, let's see what you guys are saying this morning. Let's start at the top here. Good morning, Stocks Anonymous. Or Stocks Anonymous. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, James. Good morning, Dylan. Can you guys hear me? Right on. Okay. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, RS. Good morning, Leon. Good morning, Faison. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Good morning, Jay Cortina. Good morning, Where We Roam. Dean, Christine, X, Adam Butler, Garrett, Elite 1997. Oh, baby. Legend the Josh is in the house. The first hand, baby. Spence Braun, Binky, D. Crosby, Stocks, Chase Winter. Who else is in here? Winky. Well, wait a minute. You guys are all typing a bunch of crap. Good morning, Legend. Who else is in here? Rohit, Troy, Starlight, Fabio, Christopher, Blind Nest Owl, Floyd's Garage, Rohit, Troy Corp, Fabio, Mellow Yellow, 88. Who else is in here? Juventus, James Rowland, baby. All right, let's go back up. Tony Cheese is in the house. All right, so let's go through and see what you guys are posting this morning. I'll start at the top. I think you just looked below Friday's low. Yes, sir. Morning, I was frantically refreshing to see if live. Gun to my head to buy our calls, and now I have to sell my home. Just broke below previous day. All right, so you guys are already noticing this stuff. Good to see that you guys are already looking for previous lows and stuff like that. This is definitely bearish. Nothing at all about this is bullish in any way, shape, or form. You don't want to buy puts when this shit is down again. Needs to be done on any pump relief or soonish, but out of time. That's Chase Winter saying that. Oh, shit. So I've got, let me take a look at my position here. I've got, I still have them. It was a small position. It was only 5 contracts. We actually stayed late yesterday. They were up to 63 cents at like 412. And everyone was saying, sell them, sell them, sell them, sell them, sell them. So 402s, they're worth 9 cents right now. And there's 71,000 contracts on 400C right now for 24 cents. I didn't take a large position into the bell yesterday. We were kind of expecting one of two things to happen yesterday. We were actually expecting some kind of a pump off this, and I was expecting the bloodbath in the overnight. I thought we'd get something like this. I think it was down here, right? You get the one quick rip down, the banks would pack it up, and we'd blast off today. So I was hoping for this kind of a move up, and then this morning to buy this opening bell. But you could see this morning we were right there, right? So I haven't bought anything at this point. No puts, no nothing. I'm still flat except for I've got 5 contracts on 402C, and then I've got a fucking shit ton of contracts on triple leverage Dow for March. That's all. That's my only positions right now. We're still trading lower right here. Breaking below S1. I'm taking a look here to see how low it will go. Just grinding lower and lower and lower. This is going. I mean, this is a good sign. Bears. This is the day right here. If you thought this was the day or the move, we had puts. Let me mute this here. I think we shorted this back here. Something had some puts back here. Same thing. No, wait a minute. Yeah, I think we took this one right here. I think we took this put position right in here, closed them out, and then we were coming in here on Friday. I told you I wanted to see a constructive down move Monday, Tuesday, I think I said, and we're on Tuesday right now. This is not constructive at all. This is, instead of just, hey, let's have some constructive, Bears are saying, fuck you, no, we're taking our chance. We're blasting through. You can see that this is a huge move for Bears in here. And as a matter of fact, I took a small call position for a rip higher. I'm going to be taking one again down here and see if I can buy a dip for a trip back to close some shit above.
Central bank will raise borrowing costs again, though interest rates are now very clear to the level. The monetary policy is neither expansionary nor restrictive.
Well, we're almost there, I think. So we'll see what happens. Huge move down. Look at that bloodbath in this morning. Outstanding for the Bears. I was watching so last night I turned on YouTube and I was watching all these YouTube videos. I didn't watch like the whole thing, but I watched a ton of I would go to the screener and turn it on. And I went through their history. And their entire history was like a 2 months of calling for market crashes. And of course they didn't get it for 2 straight months. And I'm telling you, it's like if I make this one last video, we're gonna get our market crash. I'm gonna grab some calls here. So I'm going to add to some position. I'm moving up from 402 to 400C. We'll see if any of this pays off or not. There might be a little bit more grind down here. And it was really funny. I was like, so I'm watching all these videos last night. Like, man, some of these fucking guys have been making market crash videos for 2 straight months. I can't imagine for 2 straight. I can't imagine for. Or actually, it was some of them longer, like 3 months. There were people. Hold on here. Let me put this on a fucking farther timer. So you got to remember, like, there were market crash videos here. There were market crash videos here. There were market crash videos here. Market crash videos here. Market crash videos here. And I'm like, Jesus, like, there was one guy from Stock Charts Anonymous. He was I appreciate Elliott waivers out there, but Dude, this guy was calling for a market crash for the last like 5. This one specific guy was calling for a market crash for his last 5 videos. It was like, okay, so this week we're gonna lose 800 points, like in the next 2 days. And he like just kept doing it and doing it, and so he put another one out yesterday.
So just seeing a note from analysts here that
And I was like, oh, here, I was like, he's finally gonna get lucky.
Remarks from Fed bank chiefs about the economy and data suggesting
Finally.
Reserve policy may be needed for longer.
I was like, you just keep making them until you're proven right, I guess.
Remaining below its 200-day moving average, a key long.
Eventually, you're right.
And the tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 underperformed.
So I'm in some 400 Cs. I should put a poll out real quick. Let me ask you guys what you guys think. Hold on here. What the fuck is going on with this? Hang tight here. Having some technical stuff I got to deal with. Get some really weird, like, hold on here, I got to start over. Sometimes YouTube and Streamlabs want to, like, fight each other. I had some updates this morning, and I've got some wonkiness going on. Oh, I also have to share the stream, don't I?
U.S. Senate's Majority Leader Schumer says a lot of negotiating left to do to get the year-long government funding bill done.
So what I'll do is I'll start a poll here.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Have the Bears open the door to let's say much lower lows, like the meat of the trade. I think they have. So that doesn't matter. It doesn't. So I want you to be aware that it doesn't matter. This would still be validated even if you went to 4. I think Mike Wilson said we could possibly go 4150. I would still. To me, it doesn't matter. I'll even put in there 3,500, 3,200, 2,400. I think that's here. I put it inside of the chat stream so you can answer that question. Having kind of a wonky thing go on right now. Did you guys get this in here? Can I answer this question? I think I answered it yes, so that's really where it covers up my chat too, the question does. Still just grinding here. Lots of rotation, large level. Would definitely would not surprise me. Let me show you this here. Would not surprise an attempt here to reject. Be looking for some kind of rejection. Tag out at S3. This would be I think that I haven't looked, but I think this is 2 deviations, right? I think this is 2 or this is the start of a second deviation. I haven't looked to check with the actual deviations at this point. Guess we could look on a so 410, 396. The peak was 410. The low at this point is 396. I'd like to see what the deviation is. Well, there's one. It looks like there's one. We went all the way to the top of the key at a full deviation, right? To 410. If you were looking at the trend, I think this is one deviation away from at least the upper trend. So you could certainly make the case for more blood today. So far, only 36 votes. Let me also post the live stream to Twitter. In just a second here. Share. Copy. It's still kind of a weak level down here. I'm looking on BOOKMAP down here. The support here is really light. If we start breaking levels here, I'm going to show you this. I might have
Crypto fear and greed index, 25 out of 100, signaling extreme fear.
Yeah, we might get a break here. I'm going to have to cut this position right now.
And the fear and greed index showing 63 out of 100, equaling greed.
Yeah, I would expect that. I would expect the fear index to be maxed out right now where we are because without a doubt, this is a slam on the door for bulls. This is telling a bull, look the fuck out below. We're coming. Crazy. Congratulate if you're a bear, congratulations. I have to give it to you. Like you're talking 2 straight months, right? October, excuse me, not more than 2 months, right? So you figure at least October 13th, and we're now in December, right? December 6th. So talking about almost 2 full months of not being able to get any kind of a conference. Well, first being stopped out. First being stopped out from the bottom of the key, the bottom of the channel, and then so many false signals. You can't say there weren't a ton of false signals. We had so many events in that upward rip that said we should crash, or not crash, but like roll out of the channel, head to lows. I can't tell you how many times people were like, "I'm fucking full tits short right here." Oh shit, we're gonna come back up. Calls are at 21 cents now, at 23 cents. I want to make back those. I've got 10 contracts on right now, so maybe I'll make back what I lost back over here yesterday. We'll put a little small demand box down here. Keep note of it, or remember this kind of an area down here. There's some buyers down here. Let's see. We got 63 votes. See if you can vote for this poll. I'm going to end it here in just a minute. I want to see what you guys think. It's not really the bearishness for today. It's more, did they open the door to some significant lows, to a meaty trade down below? And the only commentary I would make on that would be, we had I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, Mike Wilson said we're not actively selling the market, and there was implications of 420, or I think he said 430, 440, and the first gap was 420. So these guys are always going to give you a higher or lower number than their actual targets. But then he reversed course, and I think I spoke to Baba Yaga last night, and I had made an off comment. I had said, I wondered if they were swinging dicks. If he was swinging dicks with Mike Burry. Mike Burry came out and said he was short. It was almost like two swinging dicks trying to, almost like Mike. So Mike Wilson's always wanting to be the contrarian, and you've got, Burry trying to be a market mover, and then of course, fucking Mike's or the other Mike is like, nope, I'm not selling this market. And then as soon as Burry says, I'm not short any longer, you see fucking Wilson come out and be like, oh yeah, we're selling everything. Fuck you. Like Monday morning, Bloomberg, boom, changed our viewpoint. Just that alone would at least facilitate some of the selling here. Just Mike saying that was enough for people to be like, nope, fuck you, we're selling. All right, we got 86 votes in there. I'm going to end this poll. I don't know how. Give me a second here. Let's have a look at the results of this poll. Dude, what the fuck is going on with this fucking YouTube? Sometimes YouTube. I'm getting this really I have to close YouTube, reopen YouTube. So it doesn't think that I'm in stream right now. Yeah, so you've got, have the bears open the door to much lower lows? Yes, 60%, no, 39%. I'm quite impressed with those poll numbers. I'm interested in two parts to this question. Hang tight for a second here. Okay, so I'm interested in this question that was asked. Hold on, I want to look at my calls here. Still not gaining much traction, man. This is all just short covering right here. My calls are up 24 cents.
US senators
They should be
still
blasting
late for
up right
records
now,
on
and they're
transfers.
not. Just a few pennies.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So there's some points of interest coming up here. If you are long calls here, you want to be careful of this VWAP. You're going to, surely we're going to hit this VWAP, consolidate or roll, or consolidate and then want to make another trip higher here. Remember, we've got more resistance here now at 398.16, and then the big boy resistance up here, right? The SMA 200. This has changed, I know. So I'll look at the SMA where the 200 is today, and we'll put it in here. But this just vicinity right here is going to be high volatility here. So you've got three places to be looking for. 4 places to look for some resistance. If you're trying to trade this up, you're going to be looking for S1. That's 396.89. You're going to be looking for VWAP coming down, and you're going to see that confluence of VWAP in this area right here. Second one's going to be, of course, 396.16, the previous low from yesterday. We'll type that in. Yeah, I don't think we're done going down today, personally. Not seeing my calls crank. They should be cranking in value. What it's telling me is that we're not done going down today. Should be a nice. They should be getting some premium kick, and they're not getting premium kick right now. So be real careful if you're bull. Put some a stop on your calls if you're in with this trade right here. If we reverse quickly, you'll see, like, if you got like 20-cent calls, we start blasting down, they'll go to like 10 cents in 2 seconds. So and as we trade up here, you want to put like 18 cents, 20 cents, 22 cents, 24 cents, that kind of stuff as we make our way higher. If we make our way higher. This question that I asked was, have the bears opened the door to much lower lows? So 60% of you are saying yes. I don't need to get into why. We already talked about why 60% should be thinking. I think I answered that for you this morning. But I'm fascinated by the 39% that say no, this is not a door opening for bears. I'm concerned by that. I guess where my concern is by the 39% that answered no would be how as a bull, if you're a bull or a bear, in the chat, let me know what you look for signals for confirmation for a bearish larger trend move down. Because I'm fascinated by the answer no. Because I have my own standard, or not my own standards, but I want to see certain things happen, and were all checked off this morning. That doesn't mean we don't trade higher. It means more of, did they open the door? Did they open the fucking door to get to lower lows? I don't know what else you would need to have answered as a bull for a large trend reversal. Even on a smaller time frame, it seems like even on a smaller time frame, like an intraday or a weekly, you're kind of looking for these kind of moves for lower lows. Yeah, are you guys not thinking this is live? This is live. If you feel like it's not live enough for you, you can go down to the YouTube cog settings and click on them, and it'll ask you for a playback speed. Click ×2, and you should be like 3 seconds off from live. So what do we have? Fabio is saying that the rising channel is not broken until 39.50. Yeah, I've got 2 channels as well, Fabio. I've got like the symmetrical channel, and then I've got this like rising wedge, which is the ones the bears want to break. They want to break the wedge. They want to break that wedge. So yeah, Fabio, I can understand that. It's a fair point, brother. 100%. And I appreciate you answering why you answered no too. What else are you asking? Where's Tesla floor now? We've had targets on Tesla for. Let's bring up Tesla real quick. So Tesla, we've got 2 targets on Tesla, I think. Is this not the chart that we're using for the Tesla floor? Let me see. Yeah, this is the chart we're using for day trading Tesla, right? Anyways, targets on Tesla, I think it's 135. I'll bring it up on a different chart. So we've got like research charts, and then we've got research charts, and then we've got trading, like day trading charts for Tesla. Off the top of my head, on the Tesla charts, the price target is, I think, 135 to 150, and then $94 or $97. you'd be expecting. You would be expecting. Hold on here. You would be expecting Tesla to find aggressive
UKD
buyers.
to sell 3 billion sterling of 1% 2032 gilts via auction on December the 13th.
You would be expecting aggressive buyers to step in at it's roughly 135 to 150, and then you would also expect some sort of capitulation move down, selling into those buyers and bringing it down to a brief. You probably, if you're a Tesla bull, you'd probably want to set some kind of an alarm that rings your phone at like 1:34. You'd want it to ring your phone because it would probably, the likelihood of it happening at like 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:15 in the morning, you might miss that turn. You'd probably want to set the same alarm at like 1:50 to 1:35, and you'll likely see a early morning. It likely wouldn't be in the cash market, or it would be in pre-market. It doesn't always happen like that, but oftentimes it does. So that's the price target on Tesla. What are we seeing here? The rising channel is not broken until 39. Xmas rally, no. Christmas rally? I don't know. Your biggest bear right now is Mike Wilson. He's saying you've got Christmas rally to 4150. I still give him credence on that trade. And you've had a Christmas rally now since October. I would say I would say bulls have had a Christmas rally for 2.5 months. That's what I would say. And you give a congratulations to bears for rolling the market over here, but you then congratulate bears right once they get down to 3,500 or 3,200. So yeah, I think the bulls did a good job. Absolutely. Half the people have no clue what they're talking about, but vote anyways. I'm looking for a reaction to 395. So Matthew Phillips is saying he's still looking for that reaction off 395 down here. He wants to see if there's a reaction, if this is kind of a localized bottom. If we break 395, could see a more significant reversal. Increased probability of at least a large reversal versus a new low. Matthew, that makes sense too. I respect that opinion too, because you're saying just like the entire run up we've had. So I think the point behind this would be, I think the point behind this contention is, that there have been these moments where we've had giant sell-offs. If you follow my cursor there, some huge ones down here. This one took 2 days, and then of course this big one right here, and again this one right over here. And so I think the point is, we've demonstrated that we can reach really deep for liquidity and take a giant move higher. Same kind of move here, but even more so, the power of these moves higher. There is, for you bulls out there that are still bullish. So if you want to entertain what bulls are saying here, which we can, there are some charts that agree with that statement. Like, if you want me to bring them up for you, I will. I'll bring them up right now. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. So there are some charts out there that, to an extent, hold on here, some credence to what the bulls are saying. I disagree with this statement, but give me just a second. What we'll do is
US stocks extend their full S&P 500
just a minute here.
1.01%.
And we'll talk about what the bears are saying here.
Bank of England says they sold 0.9836 billion sterling of gilts at the sales window for long-dated and index-linked gilts.
I'm going to turn
The
off.
Bank of England says they received bids worth 0.9836 billion sterling of gilts at the sales window for long-dated and index-linked gilts.
Give me just a second here. I'm going to bring up some chart stuff. What are we looking for here? Should we make this simple? We can make this simple, I guess.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I'm going to leave this here. Hold on a second here. Put this back for you guys out there. Okay, so there's some bulls here that are saying without a convincing break of 3950, which there hasn't been, that this is just another liquidity grab down below for a much larger move higher to, let's say, let's call 440. Let's say 420 to 440. Let's look at the. We spent the first hour on, what time is it right now? Yeah, we spent the first hour on the bear case, so we'll spend the next hour on the bull case. So you know what? I don't want to leave either side out here. I think at this point I'm on camp bear. That doesn't mean we don't blast off here, but it doesn't mean we don't trade up to 41.50. But I'm certainly for what I want to see. This is probably the most constructive move for the Bears at this point for making their case. So they've been making their case to me since, I think it came out and said buy the dip on the 13th of October. And I stayed with that opinion all the way through and all the way up to the top here and gave the Bulls the chance to break out. I figured they would have to do some kind of a consolidation move this week, but the way the Bears are throwing it down today, they're making me believe their case. So I have to give that to the Bears without a doubt, and I have to give them the benefit of the doubt at this point. But I understand what you're saying. And there is a way, and if you're a bear, you should be watching this. It's important for you to watch. If you want like an inflection point for bears, I'm going to show you where the inflection point is. If you're a bear and you're like, hey, fuck you, Cap, doors open, we're going down. The only thing that I would say to you would be, as we head down, I'm going to show you where the inflection point is for bears. The first inflection point, I think. It's going to be very simple and easy. Not too hard. We'll make this really simple. I don't know if I can show. I'm going to try to show this on a. Yeah, I'm going to show this in a larger time frame. See if I can bring this up right now. Okay, you guys, right? We're making lower lows right now, so. Okay. So there are some. This is a price percent oscillator. This is a market breadth indicator. There are some arguments for the bulls. They're very small. But I'm going to give it to him for a reason. I want to show you what this reason is right here. Just right here, I want you to see. I want you to see back here. There was some large accumulation back here. Okay. Unusually large accumulation on a low. You saw something similar in this area here, okay? Can also see, this is going back only to 2019, but we can show examples of this I can show you examples of this going back to the 1970s. Not today. We're not doing that today. Something similar down here as well, right? And you're kind of seeing that kind of moves here. There is a case from the Bears that, but in 07 and 000 that, we have that one last 45 VIX, all that kind of nonsense. You guys already know about that stuff. And we have that kind of a thing happening. We had a little bit of this here. which coincides with this bottom. And we had more of it, some real accumulation here in this area here. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean much right now for the bulls, but it does mean one thing that's important. And that would be here's where the inflection point would be for bears. If you see the breadth come down here, and the breadth starts heading down, and you see the PPOs come down but do not cross. And if there was a trade higher here, and this trade higher here, now I'll show you an example of it breaking, because it did break. I think, yeah, right here. So you would see, like, let's pretend we're right here right now, right? You'd see the sell down, and this is where the break point would come, and that's where you get the bloodbath, and that's right here. So you'd actually see us go down. So you'd be looking for the first part of this trade. Be looking for something like this right here, right? This would be the first move down for the bears. Bears are like, we're going down, we're going down, we're going down. But you'd be looking for an inflection point right here. And if you see that the breadth has gone down enough, this would be a moment for you as a bear to say, okay, I'm going to take my profit and just wait and see and make sure we don't make our way higher here. Does that make sense? You'd really want to start to see the PPOs break down. There's some other charts. There's some other PPMs, PPOs, and some other things I can show you that would disagree with this. There's another thing too to be concerned about, and that's on larger time frames. If you look on a monthly range, what are we on? Let's do a monthly range. And I guess we shouldn't be doing. Let's do SPX. Probably should have been doing this all along in SPX, but other than some, I don't know why this isn't coming up here. Oh, that's because I need to be doing momentum and some kind of a momentum indicator. Maybe I'll bring this up another time. There's a momentum indicator that shows very well that we're at the end of a cycle. These are the wrong indicators for a monthly chart. But I've got I'll look for the momentum indicator that I posted it on Twitter. There's a momentum indicator that's showing that we're kind of at the bottom of a localized, or there's a localized bottom here. That's not to be trifled with either, because even the selling off today, the selling off this past 3 days over the scale of a year, this is a tick in the course of a year. So that would be the bull. There'd be two, like that bull argument would be, look for an inflection point as we get a rollover in market breadth. Look for an inflection point as the price per any kind of price percent oscillators you use on different time frames. If those come down and they haven't breached bear bull, right? The bear bull line on whatever one you're looking at, whatever time frame you're looking at, that would be the bull case.
According to Sky,
let me see if I can. You know what I'll do is I'll look for the momentum indicator.
Bundling package.
Just a second here. I'm not seeing it here. Why not? It's like a cycle indicator of some kind. Hold on, let me look for a cycle. Cycle swing momentum. I don't know if that's it. Might be this one right here. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. I think it's from Levinson. Oh, is it Lehrman? Yeah, right here. This would be the other case for the bulls. So if you're looking for this one right here, kind of sucks. This cycle swing doesn't really work on that time frame. If you're looking at a much larger time frame for the bulls, how far back do you guys want to go? 70s, 73? I'm going to go 73. So if you get rid of the noise, right, and you're a bull, you only see very few times when you break below here, right? This is really what the bears are betting on. So this is so we'll talk about the signs. It's an important argument to talk about. I think I talked about it on Twitter briefly. When you start getting down here, these are extremes for the market. Now, it's not showing on this chart here, but this is it's some pretty significant sell-offs in these moments. You can actually see it here for 2008. You can see it for the 2000, 2002 swing lows. And the important thing that you need to know is you've seen it once again here. That we've made this cycle, that we've made this actual cycle low in 2022. Are you guys seeing this on the chart here? This is a very simple, just a cyclical nature of the market. And this is the argument that you see made. I don't know if everyone knows, but the argument that's being made on Twitter is that the bullish argument is TLT will go up, HYG and JNKL, the dog shit bonds will go down. SPY should trade sideways and attempt to make hit 3,200 or 3,100 this year, but will fail. You get a sideways market in SPX, in tech, and what it would do, the market would basically just be in a holding pattern until they get their crash. So you'd have buyable bottoms, let's call it from 2023, 2024, until there's like a timing is right? You get just enough layoffs. You get a ceasing of QT, so they've broken something, right? You get, I don't know, inflation hasn't come down like you thought it would. There's all kinds of, unemployment is high, right? Stagflation, so you get the stagflation and the recession, and then you'd have this like bloodbath moment to reset the market, repricing of the market as well. So this is saying on a larger time frame, we're at a bottom, and then I'll show you something else that's really neat on this concept. Give me a second here. On this is this bull concept, right? Give me just a second here. Uh, 200-day. This is the scary part. Just a second here. It's calculating right now. Just give me a second. Yeah, hold on. This would be brutal. This is like one of the most brutal things. Okay. So just cyclically, this would be the implied move. This is where it gets scary. This is where it gets scary for a bear. So this is January, March of 2024. You would rob. This is the sideways market. We'll show this on TLT too, because this on TLT literally just rocket ships up. This is that stagflated market, and if you have that stagflated market, what you would see is the attempted move down into attempt to break below this 3,500, right? It would be rejected. You get another shot. I think this is April, and this is April. This is end of March. This is the end of January. Yeah, it's the end of January, and this is the end of March right here. You'd have the sideways market for the rest of summer. So there's your March low, right? April low. You have the shocker surprise summer rally. You break through down here. This is where you get close, but no cigar on your 3,200. But it's an
Germany's
attempt,
stance
right?
is
Then you get
strong,
another
so I guess
attempt and
Western
another
Balkan
attempt into the end of
countries to move closer
2024.
to EU sanction measures against Russia.
So I get this would be the neutral bull argument. This would be where
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
if you're a
Free
if
daily
you're a
pivot
bear,
points, Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
if you're a bear in this scenario, there's a problem with this, right? You'd be robbed of getting the new lows that you wanted, and it also gives the Fed the time, or the market the time to whenever it's ready to pull the plug on the market. Let's say they're like, oh yeah, stagflation's over, recession's over. You know, we're gonna reset the market. Unemployment, everybody's out in the streets, losing their houses and their cars, all kinds of craziness. And they can then decide, slam, we're going to do that one last down move, and then we start the new market. Slam, we do it in January. We can do it in November. We can do it in January. We can do it in the middle of April. We have all these choices. This is the manipulation of the market where you can say, yeah, we manipulate the market down. It gives us the opportunity to lower prices on stocks like Tesla, and then whenever we're ready to drain the last bit of the market out, they have the choice of when to do it for the rest of 2023 into 2024. This is really scary, right? I should do an overlay at some point of what TLT just like rockets straight up during this time period. Like it just blasts. That's kind of like the neutral bull case. It's very tradable. Hold on a second here.
Bank of America CEO Moynihan says the U.S. economy is being slowed by higher interest rates.
It's very tradable, but it's very that's what the AI is saying, by the way. That's the not AI, but the algorithm is saying, here's your option where the market goes sideways in 2023. And what it does, it just trades sideways, just looking to grind prices on individual tickers like Apple and Tesla and your whatever favorite one you have that you want to buy cheap. And then it has a hatch right there, just ready to just dump the market one last time. It would. I think bears would be pissed. Hands down, it would be a stinker for bears, and it would be that sideways market for a year. It gives the Fed, it gives the banks the chance to have that one quick last plunge whenever at their time of choosing. There are some of you out there saying that this is it, right? You're going to get the crash right now, like between now and January. We're going to reset the markets. Because whenever I ask that question, I get told, no, we're going to go down to the depths of hell, and then we're going to stay there for 5 more years. So let's see what you guys are talking about in stream here. So yeah, I guess I can kind of see the bulls saying. I guess I can kind of see. I could see the bull argument for saying if we don't break 39.50, we'll make another stab higher. I don't know if I see the markets going up completely. I think I would agree with that bull case. I'd give it a little bit of credence for, I don't know, maybe a trip up to 41.50 and then sideways this year. But I still am looking for. I think all bulls are looking for one nice fast move down.
We have posted out the article by Sky News on UK's Chancellor Hunt to back review of the city unbundling in the Big Bang 2.0 reform. Just know this article did come out around 15 minutes ago.
I think the last question though is just only timing. When do they do it? When does it happen? I would fully disagree with the bear that's like, well, we should trade down to 1600 and then hold it there, pin it for like for like 5 years or 10 years. I wouldn't even want to be in that market. I don't think a bear would want to be in that market. I don't know. Maybe you do, but I don't think a bank would make money in that market. Maybe. I guess it's always possible. So Amazon fell over. I haven't looked at Amazon yet. I haven't taken a trip around the market yet. Let me see here. IWM's down 1%. Tesla's down to 176. It's getting closer. I like to see it at 150 to 134 and then 90. That pisses people off when I say that. I haven't looked at NDX yet. Let's look at NDX real quick. You guys want to take a trip around the market? Still bullish context, right? Well, I guess in the long term, or I guess this is a big, giant bear flag. Bulls are going to try to make an attempt to buy this down here. You're going to try, man. I guarantee bulls want to buy this. Even if it gets rejected, they want to buy this. Without a doubt, bulls want to be buying this. It's going to be an interesting trade right here. But there's a shit ton of fucking NDX traders that are like long and strong down here. They're going to get their asses caught one of these days. I assure you that. Someone. Oh, wait a minute. Let's take that out of there. Hold on. I assure you that one of these trading days, I don't know when. I don't think it's now, but I think one of these trading days. The bull's gonna be like trading the levels, and I don't think it's happening yet. I don't think it's happening until next year. But there's just gonna be bye bye. Red bars to hell. This looks buyable in here though. See what else we can look at. Yeah, TLT's up. I mean, look at this. TLT is showing. So this is another bull argument right here, man. When you're seeing TLT move up like this, right? This is kind of it's kind of a divergence, right? This is showing. So the bond market's telling you we're not getting a crash. We're just taking profit. We're still moving up. It was weak yesterday, but this is showing you that the bond market is telling you. This is an interesting one. Would you like a bond market? I'll show you this. How do I compare in this one? We can do HYG. No, not hug. HYG. We change the color of this comparison. Compare. I don't know if I can do the colors on this, but it's blue. But see this right here?
Germany's Chancellor Scholz says, I'm optimistic the EU and US can resolve the dispute on the Climate Act.
If this grows here, if you're looking for a market crash,
So Germany's Chancellor
are you looking for
Scholz on the US
stagflation?
Inflation Reduction Act says, I am confident that after a lot of work, we will find a response that the EU and US can both live with.
If you're looking for stagflation, this is what you'd be looking for. Continuation of JNKHYG to go down, strength in TLT, and you would see the S&P 500 do this kind of a slow sideways and down over time, over the course of a year. And today you're not seeing that much weakness,
US,
man, in
just coming
TLT.
out with their auction amounts.
Bond
They're
market's
gonna be
still
selling
telling you it's
on December
stagflation. We're not
13th, They're
crashing.
going to be selling $45 billion worth of forward bills on, so on December 8th, they're going to be selling $45 billion and to settle on December 13th.
Look at Dixie. You can see the buyers stepped right in on Dixie, right? Man just came right in down here. You have to pay attention to this again. Now we're coming down here with Dixie. Sold it down, sold it down. Where are the sellers here? Sellers are even lower. Sellers are... No, they didn't sell it down from there. Sellers are really up here. Yeah, so the bears are making some real good progress. Like you got buyers that came in here. You got buyers again that came in here. I have to look back in time and see what this line means. But this is saying, bears should be looking for another push up to at least see if the sellers are still waiting here. If the sellers aren't up
Just a
here,
reminder of news in case you missed it earlier
this is
on.
where you're gonna
Glencore
start getting your
CEO
legs
warned on huge deficit
in a
coming up,
ramp down.
coming on
Is this
copper.
Dixie moving up here? Market bears have some work to do, but this certainly is convincing. Strength in the dollar. What else are we looking at? Yeah, and this is, we're back to this week. I guess we've had buyers down here the whole way, right? So kind of a bull test down here, right? We're on trend the entire way, and you're looking to see if the bulls can step back in. Still showing some weakness though, right? You're gonna expect HYG to at least, even in previous examples, you'll see HYG just kind
This
of.
stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
That those
TickStrike
buyers
allows
didn't
you to
step in
actually hear
until
order
down
flow
here.
futures, forex, and stock instruments.
So at least
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
at least some localized weakness in here. You're gonna at least expect next day or 2, 3 days. I don't think it's unreasonable. Hold on a second here. My phone normally doesn't ring. Usually have this off. Apologize for that. Okay. So if the bulls are looking for a thrust, you're looking for HYG is probably going to be a pretty good one for you to watch here. For for some kind of a bottoming action. I'd be looking at HYG. Trend's still in the upward movement for JNK overall. This is for that bull argument. Same thing though, right? Same thing that the buyers are down lower. That's a lot of room to be coming down. It's kind of a bloodbath move, right? A bloodbath move. You can check these dates going back in history and see what took place on these dates. I'm sure these lined up with SPY bottoms. And you still see that there's room, right? For HYG to bleed, or for JNK to bleed off. I mean, there's no reason not to think that we can't trade JNK down, and that would mean that that SPY has more to go. SPY could easily trade down another 100 points easily with just this right here. Now, this is very bearish in the short. In a short time period. Bulls haven't given up here though. JNK and HYG are saying the bulls still have some kind of a case. I disagree with that personally, but I'd have to be proven wrong at this point that the market's not going to roll over. I'd have to see some real constructive work by bulls. Yeah, finding a bit. You've got bears finding a base in the VIX down here, right? Bears tried to buy it up here. There's a thrust down below. Here's one. Another thrust by the bulls or the bears down here. Bears have some work to do to break above here. But once they get above here, right, that would be that bloodbath in HYG and JNK. There could be another major roll in the market coming ahead here. And really, the next time there's two places for the bulls to have an inflection point, like market bulls right here and here. Otherwise, I'd be looking for at least an attempt by the bears to start getting us up and over. And I think we're in some contango right now too, right? I'm not positive on that, but I think we are. Yeah, it's 2173. We've already broken through. They've already broken through above. Bears did it here. Bears want to be doing it above. It's just not showing up on the contract. So here we go. But yeah, this kind of coincides right here with the bloodbath. If there's a bloodbath in JNK HYG, you'd want to see the VIX stay constructive and move higher to 24 or 2382 to 2449. Right? So you're looking for the VIX to go higher, looking for JNK and HYG to continue to roll over. There's no reason to not think that's going to happen, at least in the short term. So short-term weakness in the middle of December into FOMC sounds plausible. Not too much happening in just
According to the Wall Street
stepping
Journal,
down.
TikTok talks with the US run into more delays, and the TikTok deal with Washington had been expected around year end.
We had one touch of 3950.
According to the Wall Street Journal, TikTok and the US government are negotiating a deal to reduce national security concerns.
We've got one tag at 1041 this morning of 3950. No breach yet, it looks like. Matter of fact, it looks like the ghost print. There's a ghost print down there at 3950 or so. Could have been a tag down here that you don't see. That's even lower. So you might have breached it without even knowing at 3500. So be conscious of that. I haven't checked the prints down there and see if they got grabbed or not.
Bernstein sees US recession next year.
Oh, you did get the low tick down there. Right down here, there was the low tick.
Falls by $2.
34 or 394.8 or 0.81. Let me see what you guys are writing. Let me see what you guys are putting in the chat here. Let me scroll back up here. I'm not reading your. I was doing some work, so I haven't been reading your comments.
So we've also posted out the article from the Wall Street Journal talking about TikTok talks with the US run into more delays, according to sources cited by the Wall Street Journal on the newsfeed for you to read.
Omar is saying Captain answered no, since I would need to see a breakdown below 393. That's the bottom of my ascending temporary channel. Rejection for 410 ends at 393 as the bottom before FOMC meeting. Yeah, there were people last night on Twitter that were saying that there were some bulls saying that if we had traded up into FOMC that they would be scared for a market crash, and that their take is that we're going to sell off into FOMC for a much larger move higher. Oh, you're welcome, Juventus. Is there any argument there is too much market manipulation that would prevent the market from going below 3,600 that would signal a recession? Like in October, it rocketed up to 34.91. Yeah, if you not talking to a bull pumper or not talking to a bear doomer, if you talk to like an intelligent market person, that's a bull and a bear, there's still an argument.
Also keeping an eye on the markets, cable seeing movement towards the upside. No headlines to back this, although we are also seeing some weakening from the Dixie overall. Yeah, no headlines to back the movement. We'll try and keep an eye out with for this, and we'll try and find the headline for it.
Well, so we can buy another 10 pack here. So now I'm in 2400 C's. My average is 15 cents right now. You got the news guys saying that Dixie's weakening. You might expect they don't have anything to back this up, but they think there might be a market reversal moving higher now. Just be aware of that if you're watching this broadcast right now. You've got the news squawk is saying that it's possible that the market reverses. Be aware. If you guys are tuning in right now, there is a warning that we're getting a market reversal currently. You guys all get that, right? You heard that? Signs of the market reversing. So there's an argument. There's some very smart people out there. I mean, you talk about these are the people that don't pick market directions, but they're saying that there is chance of a sideways trade into at least. Well, I guess you don't really have to point a finger at it. You just say we'll trade the market sideways into 2023, 2024, 2025. There's people saying that money has left. So you've got portfolio managers, right? They hid in the DGIA. They hid in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Then you saw like CNBC. You see portfolio managers trying to fucking sell. To like I forget who said it on Twitter, but they were like I forget his name again. He said my mom went to her bank or whatever. And the bank was like, you should buy Dow Jones or REITs or something. I posted on Twitter last week that there was money fleeing REITs. Then there's whispers of all the money from REITs and I think the bank tried to sell a REITs or some shit. But so money fled REITs or is fleeing REITs, and then there's money fleeing DIA. And the question that I asked a week or two ago was, hey, man, where's all this money going? Because you see money fleeing crypto, and you see the collapse of FTX, and you see money fleeing REITs. Normally, you'd see money early. Early, you would see money going into REITs with market fears. So you'll see like this large money sneak from place to place, trying to hide their cash. And you kind of want to track where that money is and where it's going. And you see the liftoff of TLT. So there's this question, is all the money from these different places now moving into TLT bonds, right? Some high quality shit. So I was being asked that question, can we trade it sideways into 2020? Yeah, I think there's something to be said for if I was a bank and I had Tesla, let's say I had I don't know, 20, let's say I had like 20 billion in Tesla, 50 trillion in Tesla. Let's say I had a large position in Tesla. I would know that smaller brokerages, smaller banks will buy at certain levels, right? So I'd try to sell into 180, 175. Take my hand off, sell into 150, 130, take my hand off, and sell into like maybe not selling to $90, but then unload at some point down the road. And when is the appropriate time for that? I don't think anyone knows. I think they could crash it today, and our economy could shit, and we could be cranking again. It doesn't always match up. I think the only way you can tell, well, ISM time, or I think it's ISM against unemployment will tell you some stuff. We're gonna have stagflation, but the true only way for you to look for a market crash really is unemployment. It's the only tried and true over time indicator that you're gonna see a market crash. We haven't seen that yet, and the unemployment numbers that are coming out have been like muddled and funky. It's not good enough to say, oh, they're bad jobs, or they don't pay well, or quality of the jobs isn't there, that kind of stuff. So you really want to be watching unemployment. Unemployment for me is kind of like this is when we're getting a market crash. You could easily overlay a chart over SPX and go back in history, and you'll see where they happen. It's pretty consistent. It's not like, oh, it happened 8 times out of 10 or happened 5 times out of 10, which is common with bond yields. Bond yields don't always tell the truth on getting a market crash. Unemployment's kind of like the most consistent one.
Brent crude drops to $80.54, lowest since January.
Question about rolling options. When is that advantageous? Simply take the loss and open another position when you feel more comfortable
This
with the
stream is
environment.
sponsored by TickStrike.
Poor
TickStrike
Badger's
allows
asking
you to
question
actually
about
hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
You should be thinking through your trades from start to finish, when you roll, when you add, when you close, that kind of stuff. Putting stops in wherever you want your stops at. How much you're willing to lose before you change your view. Is it just throwing good money after bad when the trend is still opposite? Why wouldn't you just sell it, sit it out, then buy again later? I've sold this already. I'm making tons of money. If that's me, I guess, if you're asking me. I think they will pump crypto like Bitcoin over 25K, then dump 395 instead of 393 in my comment before. Missed that comment. Yeah, 390. Oh, I see what you're saying. It wasn't 393. It was 395. Shouldn't VIX be rising with the market being down so much? Yeah, it is rising. I'm on the wrong time. I was on the wrong time frame in that chart. VIX is rising. About to break 395 support. Here comes the 500 plus remaining to Q swing shorts. Thanks on the indicators. SPY broke 395 without big reaction so far. I'm full bear camp. So Matthew's switching to full bear camp at this point because we've breached at least, right? You've had the peak below. Yeah, I think it's fair to be. I think you should be shifting at this point from bull to bear at least. You've got who is asking this question above here? Poor Badger's asking about, or is it just throwing good money after bad when the trend is still opposite? Yeah, so the trend hasn't been opposite. So poor Badger's asking a question about trend. You have to ask the question on multiple time frames. There's no I don't think you could be short from January 4th and your broker would have allowed you to be short the entire time. Even the banks haven't been short. You take your shorts when you're supposed to. You close your shorts for profit. You re-enter where you're supposed to. So I think you have different time frames. When you're asking when you should be a bear, when you should be a bull, it's always time frame. When you're bear and you're bull. I think it's absurd to be bull or bear for, depending on what your positioning is and length of time in your position. So it's kind of like a weird question. I voted no because of blood red. Oh, you're tired of blood red? Yeah, I feel that, Brad. I think most of the bulls that I'm like in my personal life, or I guess it's my personal life. Most of the bulls that I know want a market crash. I don't know any serious bull, like people with real money that are longtime market participants. They just kind of wanted a dip that they can buy and go back to their lives and not worry about it for 3 to 5 years or 10 years or whatever. So that's heard, Brad. I feel you on that. I think we're going to 393 today. About to break 395 support. Here comes 500 plus swing. What else are we looking at here? Yeah, we could look at multiple time. What you really want to looking for, if you're looking for like 10-year, 20-year, 30-year charts, you really want to be looking for like cyclical charts, cycle charts that can accommodate where we actually are. Matt Phillips saying structure does seem to have broken down. Completely agree with you. Could have a bounce. Yeah, a smaller time frame. I'm expecting a bounce in here. I really don't care if it sells. I don't care if it sells to the depths of hell into the close today. You're gonna get it. You're gonna catch a bounce. But I think the idea being that the market's rolling over. I think it's hard not to say at this point the market's not rolling over. I think you measure where you're like in the longer time frame, like a medium time frame. Are we gonna roll this market over? We are. Absolutely. The question being, I wonder if a low CPI or dovish FOMC complete reverse structure. Yeah, on a small time frame. So if we go into FOMC, right, and they cut rates, which is, believe it or not, possible. They could pause rates. There's all kinds of shit they could do. You could see there's some positive events for bulls, and there's landmines for bears. As time moves on, there's landmines. First landmine would be if FOMC does any kind of perceived by the market as a dovish signal that they haven't already stated. So they've stated 50 BPS. They come in and say we're pausing this month, or we're fucking going to 25 BPS, or anything like that. You could see an initial rip in the market. I think that was part of the talk from the Twitter crowd. The Twitter bull crowd was I'd be scared. I would be scared if we were trading up in FOMC. If we're selling down in FOMC, there's likely going to be some news. The banks probably know this news, so you've got let's say you've got like a Wilson out there going, well, I'm going to step into the market, tell him I'm selling into it. So he publicly comes out, which is manipulation, right? Stock manipulation, but whatever. So what you do is instead you come out and say, all right, I want to sell 440, 430 or something like that. I already know, I've been told that they're going to do something completely unknown. We're going to sell right now into the FOMC, and then once we're selling in the FOMC, we got everybody believing that it's going to be a bloodbath. And then I'm going to long this stock market. And we're going to have a face ripper off FOMC, go up 300-400 points. And I'm going to sell into that strength one more time, and this unloading process that banks are doing. Yeah, I'm sure. I guess that's possible. I would be wary though of it. That's so in that same conversation, Matthew, if you see anything that the market perceives as dovish and the market rips higher, I would expect within 2 weeks for us to revert back to the trend down. Within 2 weeks. If anything, it could trigger a market crash. That's when I would say market crash. If they say at that meeting, like some serious, like we're down to 25 BPS, we're going to stop the terminal rate, we're going to stop, I don't know, we're going to institute QE. If you ever say something like we're instituting QE or something insane, we'll probably have a quick rip higher, huge liquidity grab, and then you'll probably see a fucking market meltdown. So when I made that statement, I always get surprised by bears, right? Because I'm like, bears like doom, 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 doom. I'm like, you should be wanting QE. If you got QE, you get your market crash, guaranteed. Guarantee you'd see a reset of pricing. So I'm always at odds with what bears. I'm not all bears, but there are a lot of bears out there. I'm like, you're asking for the wrong things to get your market crash, in my view, or at least historically in my experience. You're asking the wrong questions, or you're wanting the wrong, what you're wanting. You're looking for the wrong events to take place. There's always most of the arguments for a market crash. I'm like, no, that's not what you're looking for. So yeah, you would. I'd probably lean in really heavy if they did something like that on a high. If there was some kind of a huge shift in policy that we don't know, I'd get extremely bearish. Yeah, on that rip too, I'd get extremely bearish. And I would expect the rip, and then I would be like, I'd probably be the guy walking down with the sign on him, ringing my bell, going, "We're getting a market crash in the next few weeks, I promise." Hey, CSM Jazz, how are you, brother? Hey, Winky just came back into the stream. I saw your SIG message. Breath is dropping. Time to buy a B&O. Seeking swing long ad on MCL. Boring. Late to the party as usual. What's the plan for today? Hey, Abe, how are you? Good morning. We've been going through a bunch of different shit this morning. We've had a trend reversal on a, what would you call it, like a medium time frame. We could trade higher after CPI. CPI will be a more important event as Jay Powell will follow those results. That's a great conversation, by the way. Idan Shimon, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, says, I think we trade higher after the CPI. CPI will be a more important event as Jay Powell will follow those results. We had a conversation yesterday about the importance of Jay Powell and his Fed speakers as well. And when there's more dissent, less dissent, or if they're trying to cover their own asses by having wide dissent. What else we got going on in the stream in here? You broke 395. I would expect the big guys to hide their bearish bets to not hit those indicators for a market crash. Well, nothing is broken yet. Crash not likely. I agree with you in the next 3 months. Capitulation. Yeah. Just on a longer time frame.
Oil prices extend losses. US WTI now down more than $2.
On a longer time frame, we're near a bottom. I don't know what that price is. I'm not really concerned with the price, but we're close. We're close. We're close. Like this year, I would suspect between now into 2025, you're going to get that moment where we get a capitulation. I don't know when it is, but I think it's then. So I talk sometimes on stream about the timing is off. I'm like, timing is wrong. Timing is wrong. Timing is wrong. You really want to see, like, it's so fucking horrible to say this, but you want to see people like not be able to pay their credit cards.
This stream is sponsored by the Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
You want to see people having, let's say, like a second or third mortgage. So what you're trying to do is you're not trying to crash the housing market. You're trying to clean out bad debt that's been accumulated by people from their 20s and 30s into their 40s and 50s. This is for people, at least, right? We're not talking about companies yet. So you need this like class of people that's slightly older. They're like 50 years old, let's say, 60 years old, 70 years old. They've accumulated a ton of debt over their lives. They're at the end usually of their working lives. This is horrible shit to say. But they get laid off because they're being replaced by someone cheaper and younger. They're getting replaced because maybe technology has moved forward. They might be being replaced just because of ageism, right? Ageism. Maybe they're not expected to work another 20 or 30 or 40 years. So the potential out of that worker, right? All horrible things to say. But they've, of course, accumulated debt over the years, and they might have. This could be a woman, right? Maybe just she doesn't like her. At the same time, she doesn't like her husband anymore, or he doesn't like his wife anymore. His house, right? You ever go into some people's houses? They look great in the street, and you realize that they've had that house for 20, 30 years, have never sold it, raised a family there, needs major renovations. They're just waiting for the next cycle of inflation to come down so they can make these fixes. Matter of fact, I'm not going to say who. I have a family member who has a lot of property, very wealthy, and she's got multiple properties where you go look at them, and it's like, especially right now, you're like, this is going to cost you what the house would have given you for profit.
According to Interfax, Russia says that there won't be limit.
Yeah.
Won't limit itself responding to oil price cap. Says Rybakov, commenting on report Russia may set minimum oil price. Also, that was IFX citing Deputy Foreign Minister Rybakov on oil price cap.
So she's got equity in this house, right? Did all the right things. If you get your roof done, you get your new windows in these days, right? It's like $30,000, $50,000 roof. It's like $60,000, $70,000 for new windows. new kitchen. Those are $60, $50, $60, $70,000 right now. New bathroom, $20, $30, $40,000. That's the low end. And these are in nice neighborhoods. And so you're like, well, that's a couple $100,000 right there. And they're buyers out there right now. So you've got people with debt. You want to clear those people out. So you're looking for signs of that yourself. We're talking about market crash right here. So what you're looking for is, for a market crash, you're looking for that stuff to happen. You're looking to see people get cleaned out, right? Their debt to be removed, their bad debt to be removed, and them to be taken out. So, taken out basically so that a new generation of people can step in and assume risky debt. And we haven't seen that yet. So that's why you're looking at that unemployment number. You can see that in your normal lives. If you see, you hear it, like if you're on like Reddit or something, you'll see people bitching about the cost of stuff. You'll see people bitching about how high their taxes are, bitching about how high their mortgages are, bitching about all kinds of shit. There'll be a marked difference in what you're hearing. People will start talking about, hey, I'm losing my house. I've lost my second house. Lost my fucking $200,000 truck. All that kind of stuff. And until you hear that stuff, you shouldn't expect that that crash. As an adult, the first real one that I was aware of it was in Vail. I was living in Vail. Enron. Enron owned a tract of houses up in Beaver Creek. And the people that came to Vail to ski, you'd see people come from South America, right? They would buy brand new everything. You're talking like thousands and thousands of dollars of fucking ski equipment and just dump it at the bottom of the hill before they get on a plane, a private jet out of there. You'd go out to eat with people, and they would be buying bottle after bottle of champagne, of Cristal. They'd buy Louis Trey, rounds of Louis Trey. You're talking like a shot of Louis Trey is, I don't know what that, it was something stupid. It was almost, $1,000 a shot or something, $1,300 a shot or something. Some of the wines you'd see wines being passed around that were $15,000, $16,000, $20,000. Like we're just drinking this shit, right? And one day and then there was this other class of rich. This is like real wealth, generational wealth. Those people never did that stuff. They'd been coming to Vail for years and years and years, raised kids, all this other nonsense. You'd see like Ford had a house, or there's a presidential house up there or something, or a lodge, presidential lodge at the top of the mountain. I forget the name of that fucking places anymore. Like Ford would go up there. You'd have like different kinds of classes of wealth up there. But I remember when that crash happened, there was like two market things that happened. You just saw like pissing money away wealth disappear. New money disappeared. Those people are just gone. They were just gone. Like one day there, one day gone. You saw real wealth stay, but be more frugal. And then you even saw a push from Vail, the community and the ski resorts, to try to attract working class young families. They could be nurses, they could be PAs, they could be an engineer, but they were like geared towards, you're not going to see like an engineer with a wife and kids, or a husband and kids, and they're slamming Cristal on the regular, right? And I just saw an article last week from some club owners down in Miami that said that all the crypto bros have disappeared. So that's the first sign.
Herodotus says there'll be further rate hikes.
That's the first sign of some real danger in our community. Whenever you see that new money start disappearing, it's a different kind of wealth. When you see that, those people just like poof disappear, that's the first signs and cracks. The second sign and crack that you're looking for is your neighbors in your neighborhood. You're looking for on social media people saying, I'm losing my house, I'm losing my truck, or I can't afford to roll this loan, this $120,000 truck loan, into a new $120,000 truck loan. There's a guy I follow on Twitter that's a used car king or something, and he's saying that used car prices are coming down. So if you bought a $120,000 truck, $140,000 truck, and you're looking to roll into a new one, you're going to be shocked to find out that they're not going to be offering you 110. Right now they are, but you're going to be shocked if in like 6 months, a year or so, you're like, I'm gonna just wait this out, and you go to roll it over into a new truck.
ECB's Herodoto says it's too early to determine the size of the December hike.
And they're saying to you, well, we're going to roll another $40,000 or $60,000 into your new loan on your $120,000 truck. Now you're at 180. That's what you kind of have to see. So you kind of want to see like auto loan foreclosures. You want to see the middle class unemployment rate go through the roof. Horrible to say that, but it's true.
ECB's Herodoto says there's no sign of wage price spiral now.
This bottom's trying to reclaim itself over here. Let's see if this can hold here. Comment on employment: 20-somethings missing from market, not going to school. Last 3 year increases. Yeah, I noticed that. Did you notice that there's a million? You guys know? So Floyd's Garage is bringing up a comment. He said, "I commented on unemployment. 20-somethings missing from market. Yeah, there's a million new entries into the workforce right now. Did you guys go through the? I don't know if you guys go through employment numbers, but there's like a million new people entering the job market. They haven't taken jobs. Matter of fact, I have
Russia requests UN Security Council meeting on December the 9th, according to TASS.
I have a daughter that's coming into an age where she should be getting a
Russia
job.
wants meeting on Western weapon supplies to Ukraine.
I just had a conversation with my wife. We were talking about, so last night she's coming to being 16, and where we live right now, there's two things. She like volunteers, and then she's working on these science project stuff or coding projects and stuff for college and university. She swims and plays tennis and stuff. But we're having these conversations about our oldest daughter, and so here, where we live currently, the system of the state system is basically set up for a child not to drive. Insurance here for a child is $4,500 to $5,000 a year. They need to have a car. They have their driver's ed, insurance, purchase an expensive car, and then they can't drive alone until they're like 18. So, like they can't drive with their friends. They can only go like to and from, I think, school. And our kids, we homeschool. So there's nowhere that she can legally legally drive without us in the car with her. So it's more of a vanity thing. It's like, well, how much is this going to cost? $15,000, $20,000 for our child to have something that's vanity. Now the state knows that. The state is like, well, we don't want kids driving. But if you want your child to drive, this is what it's going to cost, and we're going to tax you for it, basically. So we have young people that aren't entering the workforce. You know, I can't understand. I can't fathom. Let's say you graduate high school and you're 17, and you're trying to go into a workforce, and you basically have an immediate nut for just a vehicle of almost $20,000. It could be lower overall, but just that dauntingness of that for a young person is wild, right? And so what we're doing is we are we're like, don't focus on a car.
Quantitative tightening must be clear and transparent.
We're like, save your money for what's mostly important to you.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So we're like, what's most important to you? You could save this money and have, be partying with your friends at college. Not partying, but, if you want to go out somewhere, you're going to have some extra cash, right? If you got stupid expensive textbooks, you could easily use this money towards that. We can drive you places. You can take Uber, all this other nonsense. But for a young person, that's brutal. I'm told her not to get a job. I'm like, there's no point in you getting a job right now. And what does she need that money for? So there's this whole class of young people that can't even truly. And then you should see the degrees we're talking about. We originated with, I think we're staying with pre-med, but we want her to get some kind of a degree that she can make money with alongside it. Because I'm like, if you have to have you can't go to university right now.
ECB's
Just get a liberal arts
Hiroduko
degree
says any recession likely to be short and mild.
and accept being paid less than $90,000. You have to have some kind of a degree that's going to pay you money, have the ability for you to go to higher education, make even more money, or else she's not going to survive. On her own, she won't. So, we need to clear out all this old debt for these kids to have their own chance at some free money or free opportunities, right, for that next generation. And we'll talk about companies later on. We haven't seen that yet, but you want to see companies, that same thing happen. You want to see companies, I know some of you guys think that Tesla's a fraud, right? But there'll be a hard microscope looking at a lot of these companies to see if they produce, now there's another whole argument about they don't care about free money, but there's going to be an argument, but there's going to be an inspection of these companies and say, hey, during looser monetary financial conditions, did you produce a product, and do you have some stuff in the pipeline, and are you cutting your staff and able to still produce that kind of stuff, so that you can cut that fat as well. There's like a whole commercial side to this where you want to dump companies like Piton that decided they didn't want to make a bicycle, stuff like that. And that stuff hasn't happened yet either. So cyclically, we're not quite at the market crash point in my viewpoint. Okay, so right here we're watching. You could call this consolidation in here. You could call this grinding. There's all kinds of people that'll tell you what this is. Right here, Bears are going to tell you that you're getting some rejection here. You're turning some kind of a support level here into a resistance level. If you're a bull, you want to be careful of this in here. If they start to turn this level, grind through, start to turn this into resistance, you're going to see much, much lower lows down here. You want to be really careful of this. Bulls are going to tell you we're just bottoming here, looking for a rip higher. They'll trade it sideways into the bell maybe, and then we'll start ripping thereafter. You want to be real careful of this right here. If you're a bull, this is looking to me like they're trying. Yeah, there's some real concern here for low lows. So we'll look lower here. This is likely going to take a look here. This is likely Bears are looking for this last move down below here.
Bond falls to 3.63%, lowest since August the 26th.
391.09. We'll leave this here and see what happens here.
Just to repeat, Italian 10-year government bond yield falls to 3.639%, lowest since August the 26th.
Let's see what you guys are saying in the stream. Just off upper trend, line extreme. My trades will prove to be premature. Trade Olsen, you still in those 400 Cs? Yeah, I've got 400 Cs. I've still got 400 Cs, and I've got 402 Cs. I'll hold them into the bell. Your noises yesterday got in trouble with my wife. Longing CL, pray for me. We can look at. You want me to buy some? You want me to throw some on? I'll throw, dude. I'm totally down to be throwing like 5-cent calls on and 20-cent calls. So we've got some 402s, some 400s.
Canadian Bank's 2023 sector.
I'm gonna grab some 397s. This is all small money, so this stuff is. I'm gonna throw. Wait a minute here. It's trying to have me buy a bunch of different stuff at the same time. What's going on here? I don't want to buy. Nope, I don't want to buy that. All right, so I got some 397 Cs, I got some 400 Cs, and some 402s. You know what happens when we have two straight selling days. SPY gets oversold, and there's always an oversold bounce. Yeah, so you have to, when you guys hear me talk here, we're talking on different time frames. I want you to be aware of different time frames. I know about stretch. I think sometimes when I'm talking to you guys, you want to hear something that it's not. Pension funds have so much risky debt at the moment. Yeah, I haven't looked too far into pension funds. I think they want to save them to some extent. Give me just a second here. There's a someone's bringing up pension funds. I'd like to, I haven't been down that rabbit hole. I'd like to. Maybe you can tell us about it, Superman. I haven't looked to the closest I look at pension funds is I know that portfolio managers are running around the market right now and hiding in places. I know that they hold pension funds. Well, I guess the bond guys do too. Bond guys got fucked up. I know there's big money from pension funds trying to scare you around the market. I've been doing it for like 2-3 years, right? I think I have posts on Twitter about the original REIT buying that went on, and now we're seeing the REIT selling, right? They're trying to unload that shit. I'm fascinated by the pension market. I don't know how much that is public or information. I feel like I'm constantly out there trying to find that money. Where is it? Where is it hiding? Or maybe you're making a posit that it's like all loaded. It's all loaded in a Tesla or something. Maybe it is. I don't know. I couldn't off the top.
Fitch on Canadian banks says expects that the net interest margins will continue to expand, but at a slower pace.
Did it blow up in the bond market? And now it's being shuttled around. I don't know the answers to that question. I'm fascinated by it though. If you have information on it, post it and ping me on Twitter, or if you have any articles or any data that I could look at, I'd love to. $1,000 shot. Discord link, I'll try to get one out to you this afternoon if I can. On Twitter, I'll post one. That's the top signal. Crypto's been cleaned out. Yeah, the crypto bros. I'll try to find. I think I don't know if it was Forbes that put the article out. There was, or maybe it was New York Times or WAPO. I'm not sure, but there was an article about the crypto, or there was some nightclubs in Miami or something that said that the crypto bros have disappeared. And that they were doing these stupid fucking parties, like just like $3 million bill, fucking $1 million bills, spending insane amounts in like one drop in a night. And then they were saying, I think one of these nightclub owners was saying something like, highest bill I've had is 15 grand. I used to have, I was handing out $1 million, $3 million bills, like they're candy. It's a wasteland right now, but there's a small army of people still building. Yeah, I was an early adopter of Bitcoin, so I've been through. I don't trade crypto anymore. It's been maybe a decade. But I've been through like destructive crypto markets. They're horrible. They're absolutely horrible when they happen. I do find it fascinating why the people blame crypto markets blowing up. And I guess I'm becoming an old fuck. I'm like, I think I've seen this shit before. The only thing I would say about the crypto market is the Wild West is probably coming to an end.
At 12 a.m. Eastern time, we get the STEO report.
There's probably it's like the Hunt Brothers silver stuff, like corner of the market, and then this governments are like, fuck no, you're not controlling currency. It's one of the major things that countries go to war over.
At 12 p.m. Eastern time, we get this STEO report.
Pivot upward rejection from LRC low edge. Now pairing in oil. Good afternoon, Robert. How are you? Inflation will just keep going up. EVs will keep value gas. Nice values will keep tumbling. What about so any of you guys in here, are any of you guys long the metals for battery for batteries and battery tech? I know some Tesla bros that are all hell along in metals. No, I didn't hear about McDonald's in Pittsburgh hiring 14-year-olds. None of that shit shocks me. No, I think people are at the breaking point. I just don't think that they have broken yet. I think that I think generally speaking, people are at that point, but they're not there yet. You really want to see it. You'll witness it. You see people bitching about it all the time. You see, people are, this Reddit dude's like out of control, right? But you don't see people, hey, I've lost everything. That's the key. You want to see that part of it. In my life, so I said I was an adult when I saw that Enron stuff. There's been a couple other moments. In 1987, my father owned multiple houses. Matter of fact, I'm doing something similar to what he did in my own life. So, and this is a quick, fascinating story. So, when I was young, my dad owned restaurants, and he went to, and I didn't do this till later in life, part of this, but it's similar track. What he had done was he went to a city that was derelict. Some of you young people might not know this, but there was a time, like if you went to Santa Monica, right, it was a wasteland. And if you went to New York, it was a wasteland to the city. You'd go to like Pussycat theaters. You'd see people shooting up heroin in Penn Station. Penn Station's like a Disneyland now. It's some bizarre Disneyland. It was not a place you'd want to live. Boston was like that. LA's always been like that, right? In San Fran. But I mean, there were cities or places that are considered today high value to live in. Recently, Panhandle in Florida, prime example. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Good morning. But anyways, at that time, Boston was a city that was a shithole. It's very similar to Detroit. You look at a place like this, and it's funny because on like Reddit, people are like, I'm never moving there. And it'll never come back. And but they said that about Boston. So he went there, made a bunch of money, bought a bunch of houses and all that other stuff. He over leveraged everything. Bought a bunch of houses up in northern New England and stuff, and other states, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts. And it's interesting, my wife's father owned houses in California. And my dad got out of the military, went to Boston when no one wanted to be there, and then they built, him and people in the community built communities, built natural food shops, all this cool stuff. And of course, it became people wanted to live there. And he over leveraged himself. He was using money that he had but didn't have. And I remember we were I think at that time I was 13, 14, 15, somewhere in that age group. Somewhere in there. And that crash that happened in, I think it was 86, 87, somewhere in there, he wound up losing everything. I remember my mom was, we had this huge house, right? And my mom was out in the back 40 or side 40 or something, and she was just tears crying. And my dad was out there with her. And my sister and my brother and I had never seen anything like that in our family. Completely intact family. And she was devastated. And I am assuming, or over the years, I've assumed that they'd gone through this whole process. They'd kept us in quiet, and they started selling properties. And they ended up losing everything they had. They wound up buying another house and doing just fine and coming back from it. But I remember it was the experience was very jarring.
Now, so we get the STIO report.
And an outward appearances, you would look at people like this and say they're doing great, right?
US Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman says Russia must remove all its troops from Ukraine, period.
So I think you want to see that kind of that doesn't mean that you have the failure like you had in 07 and 08. Like what some people call the GFC. But it doesn't mean you want to see that destruction because 16-year-olds 14-year-olds working at McDonald's, kind of weird. So you're assuming that 14-year-old is more than likely helping the family out, right? That's what I would assume. You got a 14-year-old working, 12-year-old working, like they say they got 12-year-old cleaners. They're helping out their family financially. They have to be. Most 16-year-olds I know don't want to drive. Yeah, it's hard for a 16-year-old to drive. Absolutely. How's it going, your wife's boyfriend? Good morning. Oh, why I know 16-year-olds? I've got a 16-year-old. I've got kids, man. I live amongst women. I'm like the only guy. For all the toughness that you hear from me, I'm like the least tough guy you'll ever know. I gave all that shit up from the army, man. Those days are over. I capitulated to women. They run everything. I capitulated. I think my two dogs have capitulated to him too. I think everybody's capitulated to him at this point. If you're a man out there, if you want happiness, and you have a wife or children, it's always better to pick your arguments, make them very rare, so that they have meaning, and just make sure everybody else is happy. As long as they're happy, you're happy. That's horrible to say, but it's true. That's the reality. Oh, yours not far from 16 either? Yeah, it's weird too, because my wife and I are talking about this right now with our kids, and my wife is the kind of person that's going to be like, I was talking to her about last night I was talking to her. I was like, sometimes you word things to our kids. I shouldn't be saying this publicly, but sometimes you say things to our kids where you're like, you don't have to say certain things to your kid. Like there's age appropriateness. It's better to explain to it, or it's better for a child to know why you shouldn't waste your money on certain things than say, I'm not fucking pissing away this. Like there's ways you can talk to your children about these things. So we have these back conversations, and of course, my wife's like, "What? We don't have the money to do this?" And I'm like, "No, there's things down the road for her that are more valuable than her. The state's telling no, that they don't want her on the road, and it's like she's got an iPhone, she's got an iPad, she's healthy." She gets great grades, and we talk about last night we were talking, and I was like, look, I remember being a kid. I was like, she's a girl, she's a teenager. I was like, when I was in high school, it didn't matter.
In the STO report,
like boys have it bad, but not nowhere near. I didn't. In my experience, boys never had it as bad as girls. Girls they have so many societal peer pressures on them. And I didn't see a girl. I didn't care if they were smart, beautiful, or considered beautiful, cool kids, you name it, right? They could be anything. There was always getting wrecked and slammed, and I'm like, she's gonna forget this entire time in her life once she goes to college and she's off and doing her own thing. Like, she has so much other shit she just has to worry about than keeping up with the other Joneses kids. Those things mean nothing when you become an adult, right? You become an adult and you're off and doing your own thing. Walmart earnings were up, TG down, McDonald's up, Roadhouse down. Shift to wealthy people trying to save more. Walmart up on groceries. Yeah, that was so. Someone's saying Boston's beautiful today. Your wife's boyfriend saying that.
Dropped below $80 per barrel for the first time since January.
That would be so.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
So you can see,
allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
If you're looking
Get a free
on
trial at tickstrike.com.
If you're looking on BookMap right now, I mean, we can rip higher, but this is not constructive for bulls here. This is definitely trying to turn a support level into a resistance level. the comment on Boston being beautiful, it was interesting because my father years later told me that he should have done anything that he could to save his houses. And that's partially the reason, not partially, that's a pretty fair reason why I had this like panic attack where I'm like, I'm not paying mortgages anymore. I'm going to go buy houses with cash and just own them. And everything I do with them, I'm going to pay cash for. And it's, I don't ever want to have anything that would risk losing that stuff. Because years later, those houses, he ended up selling these houses for like, it's in the 1980s or something. He was selling them for like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. And they're now worth, we've gone back here and there and looked, and they're like, $3, $4, $5 million homes. Just stupid. And my parents are still alive. And my wife's father had something similar, but more fucked up. He had like, you want to hear a fucked up story? In that same time period, my wife's father had homes in California, and he worked for the government, and so he lived all over the world and stuff. And he had realtor property managers that were telling him that his houses weren't renting. And this one lady specifically, what she was doing was telling them they weren't renting, and she was renting them out, and then taking the money and like blowing a bunch of drugs and stuff. And so when they finally figured it out, they had to like go back to California, or I think they went to California to check on the houses.
USDIA leads 2022
Found people living in them.
demand growth unchanged at 2.26 million barrels per day. Year-on-year increase, in the USDIA cuts forecast for 2023 world oil demand growth by 160,000 barrels per day. Now sees a million barrels per day year-on-year increase.
We're back to people shooting themselves up in Penn Station. No shit, huh? I used to live in New York. I've lived there.
So just looking into this STIO report, it says global oil inventories and our forecast fall by 0.2 million barrels per day in the first half of 2023, before rising by almost 0.7 million barrels per day in the second half of 2023. This forecast leaves global oil inventories higher at the end of 2023 than we had forecast in the November STIO.
Spent my externship
This results in our
New
Brent
York.
crude oil price forecast averaging $92 per barrel in 2023.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with having a job when you're a teenager, young teenager, your wife's boyfriend. I don't think there's a problem with it. I think we're talking about the difference between like learning what a job is and the value of money versus we need your money. Or that child needs their own money so they can get by. What are you guys doing?
This says we expect natural gas prices to increase from November levels as a result of both higher winter natural gas demand and rising LNG exports. Our forecast for the Henry Hub spot price averages more than $6 per million British thermal units in the first quarter of 2023, up from the November's monthly average of about $5.50 MMBTU.
Come on, Bulls. Come back, man. Somebody like jumpstart the Bulls. It makes me wonder if the dealers are like, nope, you guys aren't making any more moves today. We're gonna shut this shit down and we'll start again tomorrow. Yeah, wife's in the background. Cabana boy. You have a wife, 2 daughters, and had 2 female cats. I got another cat just to have a male in the house with me.
Reversal after cuts.
And it's a freaking cat. Yeah, my cat's an asshole. We have a cat. He's an asshole. And he's like buddies with one of the dogs now too, which is bizarre. I don't know what's going on. We have like interspecies love going on or something. They're like best friends. Like sleep together and like they share food, give each other food. Really weird. I'll feed my dogs like real like I'll roast up like 40 pounds of like chicken drumsticks and shit like that. And I'll see the smaller dog feeding the cat. It's really bizarre. My cat's an asshole too. Holy shit, Winky, Sig is up $12 in a day, bro. Hell yes. Congratulations, man. Gentrification, the land moguls kicked the bums out. Notice some rent controlled. Yeah, the
So in this CEO report, they see Brent crude oil spot price in 2022 at $101.48 a barrel. In 2023, this is at $92.36 a barrel.
I belong to a couple Facebook real estate groups, and they used to be really nice. You had like people that owned just a few properties and stuff. It's turned into the real estate groups have all turned in. Well, they've like morphed. There was then they moved into like I own 10 properties, I own 100 properties, I own 300 properties. All young investors. There was a time too when I noticed large rental owners, large. How do I posit this? It's like I knew a guy who owned large apartment buildings, large or in a small pond. He looked like he was a big landowner or real estate rental owner, and he started getting out. He went from like 20-30% profit down to like 10%. Started unloading these new investors, and then we had like a stagnation. And then, but it was really weird. Past, I was talking to some guys, and they were like, "They're like our markets are stagnant."
The CEO report for December, so just be aware you do have to open that link and refresh to see the December report.
But we've had some really bizarre things in our real estate groups. Anyone's trying to dump properties right now. So if you got a guy with like 10 properties or I don't know, fucking 50, 100, unloading them, and it's shocking to see that they go over so fast. They're going. I think these are banks. The news is saying they're banks, but these buyers are coming in like sight unseen, off market properties. Just like there'll be a post in the group, and the post is gone. Poof, on, off, on, off, on, off. And I don't think this is the same kind of buyers. Like, these buyers are banks and shit. J.P. Morgan become one of the biggest landowners in the U.S. Or real estate rental landowners in the U.S. They like I don't know if it's underground, but like the real estate groups are really weird right now. Did you see the article about these companies are renting properties almost virtually? Like you show up, and Pittsburgh, I guess they're doing it in some places like that, where they just have like empty houses everywhere. And if you're looking to rent, it's all done by a computer. You like show up.
Petroleum demand to rise 15,000 barrels per day to 20.51 million barrels per day in 2023, versus a rise of 100,000 barrels per day last month, according to the EIA.
This one article I just read, they're like you sign up for it.
U.S. total petroleum consumption to rise 470,000 barrels per day to 20.36 million barrels per day in 2022, versus a rise of 490,000 barrels per day last month. Also says U.S. crude output to rise 470,000 barrels per day to 12.34 million barrels per day in 2023, as versus a rise of 480,000 barrels per day forecast last month. EIA also says the U.S. crude output to rise 620,000 barrels per day to 11.87 million barrels per day in 2022, versus a rise of 580,000 barrels per day forecast last month.
We'll go over this what this algo is talking about later. I'm watching this algo all morning to see what it's saying now. The algo is finally weakening a little bit. It's like you go to you go online, they have like a website, you just look at a house, you show up, they give you a keypad, you don't meet a realtor or nothing. You hit the keypad, you go inside. It's like barely to some kind of code. If you pass the credit check, you don't meet anybody. You just pass your credit check, you slip your card in, and you get the rental. It's yours. You move in. It's like this turnkey, very very turnkey. No maintenance, no nothing. Happening all over the country right now. Bizarre. This one in this article, they were like, the guy was like, it's barely got a kitchen, it's barely got a bathroom, and I think they were commanding like $1,200 or $1,500 a month for these places. Some really weird shit going on in the real estate market right now, especially the rental market. Yeah, congratulations, Winky. Fucking 100%, brother. I know you love SIG. Notice some rent control. Does anybody see a triple bottom at 390.50? Yeah, I'm long right now. I think there's a fair chance we keep selling off, though. This is not constructive. I'm not happy with this right here. No, they're definitely. I mean, there's buyers, right? You know that there's. Oh no, there's way more sellers than buyers. Full on panic mode. Full on house is on fire. Yeah, there's mass selling right now. On the sell side, there's full panic. That's called real money selling, right? You guys know the difference between. It doesn't matter if the market looks like it's going up. That's called real money selling. 3.5 in an hour. Had to ride my bike, but I took a job where I could eat. First job was paperboy in 6th grade. Yeah, I was a paperboy. I worked when I was a kid. I was a shoe shiner too. Back when you could shine shoes, I was really young. My older cousin, he was like a young teenager, and he would take me to shoe shine. We'd shoe shine old guys' shoes.
The EIAC's 2023 US natural gas consumption at 85.4 BCF in December STO report, up from the forecasted 85.08 BCF in November.
H-Bomb's asking, is it odd that there are a lot of more sellers on Bookmap? No, this is just, so right here, right? You'd expect us to get a bounce right here. And what you're seeing in Bookmap is real equity selling.
This stream is
keeping
sponsored
the stock
by
from rising right now.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
They'll claim that it's tax loss harvesting. They'll fucking claim all kinds of shit. This is full-on market panic. The moment we broke this morning, like at 9:30, when we started seeing SPX or SPY going down, I posted this on Twitter, I think, on the regular Twitter, where I showed a little red head peeking below. The moment you make that peak below like that, you got to give it to the bears are being constructive. There's no, you can't, or I guess you've got your own levels, 395.0. It's constructive for a bear. You're looking for bears to, the whole way up, you were looking for bears to become constructive. They had no follow through. If you look back in this month here, let me see if we can go back to the month. You know, you've got these major sell-offs, right? Not a constructive selling, right? Same kind of stuff, right? Every dip being bought. You can see it's like an immediate trend blast off, immediate trend blast off. Now, as we're coming into this up here, right? You can see the sell-off, but the question becomes, is it constructive? And you're like, oh yeah, we'll go down here. We'll go down over here. But it doesn't become constructive for bears unless they break this channel, and that's what they're doing today. They're getting constructive down here. They're saying to you, no matter, you know, we mean this. We're rolling over here. I did see one more argument out of bulls that said you'll see. So I heard a story about 2 weeks ago. They said, this guy said, you're going to see large standing sell orders up here. And it's going to be a very big bear trap. And it'll look like a rollover in the market. And I gave that credence because Wilson said, we're not here to sell. This is right around this time period when it happened, too. We're like somewhere in here. Someone was saying that. And like Mike Wilson came out and said, we're not sellers of the market. And I was like, this guy might be right. I was like, you might get like that initial scare down, it's actually a bear trap. It's like you get this wave of heavy selling that everybody wants to do. But I'm telling you, when you see guys like Mike Wilson saying, well, when you see guys from like Morgan Stanley, you see guys from BOFA, you see guys from I don't know, GS, whomever, and they're publicly saying we're now sellers of this market, coming out publicly and saying, you have to take some heat, some credence to that. I don't know how long it lasts. I don't know if it's one more rip up into FOMC. But at this point, if the bears want some, hey, we're making constructive moves lower, I agree with them 100%. Starting to make a move lower now. Trying to get that tag lower on at least S2 39414. Being stepped lower. I want you to see this here. This is big. You're gonna see this demand zone is now we talked about this earlier, right? Trying to turn this into now a level of resistance here, right? And anything that you come back up here, they're going to try to hold this level, right? Tagging on S2 right now, 394 or 394.10. Ultimately looking down below here to S3. We've got some calls getting fucking destroyed right now. Just this right here. This is huge, right? A huge move for the Bears. Bears making all kinds of, let's go to a 5-day. Bears making all kinds of constructive moves here, right? Let's take a look behind here and see. So, I mean, you're talking about the kind of news you're going to need here for, let's start creating some zones here. We'll get rid of these later, but if you're a bull out there, I want you to see this. I mean, you got sellers here, right? You've got sellers right here, right? It's another. You could make this one yellow. We'll do this. You got some. These are the strong sellers here. These are some weaker sellers that jumped in, right? And then you've got more sellers here. You've got a whole nother layer of sellers here, right? You're talking about the news that a bull needs. It's a pretty fair amount of sellers here, right? Right off the open today. And you'd probably make this one a yellow. You're talking about layered selling. You're talking about, if you're a bull and you're like, oh, we're coming back from this, definitely cap. I'm like, I don't know. Like, you could have we're going to snap back into, let me put the moving averages back up. Indicators. Yeah, any kind of a snapback rally, you're stepping that snapback rally down. This is the open today, and you're like, well, maybe we can snap back and close this. And we broke, right? This is the pivot, right? And they immediately sold it right off the bell. Come back down. Your only hope right now is this now, right? This is all canceled out here. You just get rid of all that bullshit. And the Bulls are saying, or the Bears are saying, this level is gone. And let me show you this in a larger time frame too. Not looking at an angle, but see this right here. See all this time spent right here? And we're going to look at this right now on, I want you to see this right here. If this was Bulls holding down the fort, let's say, or Bulls saying, I own this, you're watching in real time just relentless selling below this level. And let's look at what this opens up. Okay, we'll look at this we're going to get out of Bookmap, and I'm going to show you what the Bears are attempting to do right here. What they're going to do is they're going to turn this into, or the attempt is to turn this into resistance right here. Okay. And you're getting a wall of sellers right here. It's pretty big, right? Turning support for bulls into, excuse me, into some form of resistance, right? They want to get under here. Bears want to get under here. Let me clear this out. Bears want to get under here and hold this for a huge leg down. And the importance of this, right, happening right now is I'm going to show this to you in a market profile and show you why. Let's see if I can roll over to a different. See if I'm gonna mute some of this, okay? Or what am I gonna do here? Give me a second. I'm gonna close that. I'm going to. Does this work? Can I do this one right here? Yeah, that works. This is better. This is the importance of what's taking place right now. This is a 1 hour. Let me see exactly what we've got up here. So you'll often hear trend changes. You'll often hear about trend changes in the market, and you'll see it here, the attempt to break this level down here. Now, this is value area low, right? You should be buying this at some point. But if we're making a full trend change in the market, the intent is to slip us underneath here, and you'll start opening doors much, much lower. Do you see the depth of market here? There's not a hell of a lot of depth down here, right? So you could have a breach down below here. And you've got like you're talking about trading down to possibly 382. Like you're opening a door right now to 382. It's another 100-point drop. Huge, right? Huge. Let's look at some different time frames. So this is just a 5-day, right? If you're in a 5-day, looking at a 5-day, 15-minute chart, does this say you can buy this dip? Maybe. Sure. If we start careening through right now, they're banging on the door to break through this level. We can careen straight down. Another 100 points, easy, no problem. If the selling stops at this point, sure, you can buy a dip down here on a weekly. You mute this. Hold on a second. Let me mute this bullshit here because I don't want to get interrupted. This is gnarly, right? On a trend basis, we're changing trend right now. So, can you buy a dip for 5 days? Sure. But what is it looking like right here? This is looking like yeah, there's probably a dip down here to buy, but on an hourly chart, you're talking about a pushing the drowning and the trend change in the market, switching from bullish to a bearish trend. That's almost to a tick where we are right now. Almost to a tick. Let's look at this is a 4-hour chart, right? This would be the last hope for the bulls. So you're talking about this giant berg right here, nice big fat berg right here. It's kind of it, right? Yeah, that was the 4-hour chart. You guys want to look at a daily chart? This is that long-term bullish case. Starting to break through that last level. Do you see that? Where are we at right now? 30. Let me look closer here. I want to see where we are. Right under here, trying to just plunge us underneath over here. Hang tighter. Let's go back to that monthly chart real quick. You know, if you're talking about this being green or green, I guess if you're a bull, you can look at this as a green, right? But the bears, man, they're taking this level right here and on at least an hourly chart and showing you a trend change. They're saying nope, and there's nothing back here. If you look to the left here, like the next major level, like, and this is a small levels like down here. Here's that 382 right here. You know, like next leg down. If they hold this down here, next leg down is right there. And this here is it's not that much. It's not that big. I guess it's big. I guess when you look down upon it, it's pretty big. I guess you could call this bull's next best chance down here. It's probably lower too. That's at 393. It's probably 382.76, 382.44, somewhere in there. This might even be lower. It could have like a stretch, like you could stretch down there to 379. It's somewhere in there, 379, 382. Hold on here. I'm going to delete these here in a minute. I'll put these on a different chart, but you know, they're trying to blast through here, right? If you're a bull and you want to buy a dip, I guess there's one right here, but dude, I'm telling you what, this is being changed into resistance. There's some hardcore resistance being formed. The bull needs, like, you better hope. If you're a bull, you better be fucking hoping that J-Pow comes to the rescue, because I'll tell you what, up here. Oh no, hold on. Shit. Hold on a second here. I deleted the wrong. I'll have to find out what that level is again. I was trying to get rid of this stuff right here. Talk about constructive for the Bears. Bears just cranking this down, telling you fuck no. Even if you have a snapback in here, rally, you're talking about multiple layers of sellers. Talking about like just sellers everywhere. Just sellers, just waiting to jump in up here. Well, so I'm gonna go with the Bears. I think that was the right call. Bears just saying, fuck you. You're not going up. We'll get rid of that. You guys can take snapshots of this and make your own charts. I guess we could leave this one up here. This would be the first fight for bulls. You leave that up there, I guess. And anyway, you're talking about Bears have no worries up here right now. Bulls have all kinds of work just for this. This is 398. 400's gone. 200 SMA is gone, hands down gone. No, you're not gaining. We're not getting the 200 back. No fucking way. Not now. Better hope and pray. Like J-Pow's your only saving grace, even to come back to the 200 MMA, to the 200 MA. As a matter of fact, we could look for the hold on. We'll get rid of the 200 here because we're just using that on an intraday chart. We'll just trash that right there, right? We'll look on a daily chart, and we'll start looking for next real place for bulls. I don't know where it is. S3, 391, 389. 381 and 389. And there's this giant fucking gap down here. That's at 382. Giant fucking gap. Easily break through. Easily break through. I should be showing this on a clean chart, but seeing that right there, door wide open. Door is fucking wide open. Door is wide open down there. They didn't just come knocking. They kicked the door in and said, fuck you. They said, fuck you, we're going down. So, I mean, even just on this S3, you know, if you're like, oh, S3's bottom, I mean, you got S3, you've got the 100. Is that 100? And I think it's, hold on here. You got the 120 and the 100 MA. Sorry, you got the 200 and the 100 MA just below easily. You've got a gap down below, just like the gaps above at 420. The fucking bears are saying, "Fuck you, we're going down there." Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, huge resistance here now. Huge resistance. Huge resistance. Good job, Bears. How long did that take, Bears? Let me know in the chat how long that took. That took what? 2 months? It took 2 months to get this selling. Here we go. Hold on a second. Two full months. I used to go out looking to shovel driveways with my friend. Tell him he could ask, then ask. So we sound like a duo. Nice. Let me see. I'm trying to find out where I'm at in the conversation here. Everyone is like a land baron of like Vanderbilt and Facebook groups, but really they're trying to rent out their parking space. Yeah, there was a moment in those Facebook groups where people were bitching like crazy. It was crazy. And then all of a sudden, I want to say it was about a month or two ago. It could have been longer now, but buyers just start coming in. People you didn't know just being like, gone. Property's just gone. People trying to unload. Yeah, NVH and AMH are two public companies that buy houses and rent them. The people there are going to have a real hard time, which is why I'm shorting the shit out of them. I don't know. I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement to some extent. I hear that comment often, and people don't. There's this. I'll try to find it. You can look this up on your own. So we had a problem in the Great Financial Crisis. We had a rental housing shortage. They couldn't build enough rentals then. We turned a class or a vast swath of people into renters. So whatever shortages we had, we ended up increasing that shortage. Let's say, I don't know what the numbers were then. I think it was 15% or something. We ended up adding this like huge group of people to that shortage. The shortages went up to like 25 or 30%. I could be wrong. We had like a stable 5-15% shortage in housing for renters. We added like a new permanent class of or percentage of people that became permanent renters, and we never built enough even into this cycle for those people. I think that's the logic that's been made by these big banks, is that we're going to create some sort of even larger percentage of permanent renters in this cycle. It's not going to be like the great financial collapse, but it's going to be enough that there's no catching up to building to rent to those people. So I'm still on the fence in that. I don't believe so far. I don't believe that there's ever. I believe that you're creating a class, a large, very large class of not by choice renter class of people, like a serfdom. I believe that 100%. Or I shouldn't say I just believe it. I see it. I own properties. I've seen where property values were and where they are right now. And people are like, "Oh, it's come down 40%." I'm like, "Oh, you weren't buying them when they're fucking. You weren't buying them and they've gone up fucking 3, 4, 500,000%. Some of them, the cheaper ones, where you couldn't get like rent in these fucking properties, and now you're getting 1,200, 1,500. You'd have to knock the real estate market down like so far, especially the rental market. Sometimes it burns off over. So I've seen people rent for signs. Sometimes it burns off the oversold condition. Rally back in 47 for CPI next week. Stops under 41.25. Sell it all. Of course, real money selling. They pump it on options. Sell to the bag holders. What's up, Joseph? How are you? Or is liquidity grab? Nope, I don't think it's liquidity grab. It's called real money selling. That's what this is. Options market plays no role in. Well, it does and it doesn't. But when you have real money selling, the options market doesn't get it like where the options market can drive the equity market. It's not. This is all real equity selling right now. Once the bears are in control, bulls that bought recently probably have stop losses on. No, so I want you to see that. I want you guys to be very aware of when you see real money. Today is real money selling. There was a trigger for people to sell equities today, and that's what they did. The options market has no bearing on it. Now, what about J Powell fiscal policy change? Yeah, earlier I spoke on this. If you see, I've seen that argument on the internet. So if you see a fiscal policy change, I'm going to give it to an initial reaction from the market to rip, like big rip. That whole rip, I'd be trying to find a place to look for a true market crash. Not what people say is like people are going to say today is a market crash. It's not. I would be calling for. I would be like, yeah, I would probably see fucking 2,400 like in 2 weeks. Take 3 months, but you'll see a market crash if there's a policy shift, like big one, like the one I think you're talking about. I could be wrong with what you're talking about, but if it's the one I think you're talking about. Why are bears breaking through when J Powell pivoted last week? So you've got if you bought the bottom, right? We talk about this every day in stream, right? So Maestro's asking a question. Ergo's asking a question. So why are bears breaking through when J Powell pivoted last week? And that's a good question. So if you remember last month or so, right? Or 2 months ago, right? Hold on here. So you remember 2 months ago, you bought this bottom, right? Remember we bought this bottom? We weren't saying sell this, were we? You guys remember? I got the tweets. We said buy this, right? So you buy this and you hold it, right? And you're making money. You're making money. Come up to this resistance up here. And what are you looking for? Even with what J Powell says, you're like, okay, J Powell says it. We're going to go long this market. I'm going to hold this market. So you hold it. and you're looking for signs that you're breaking, right? So you can see that we didn't break it here, we didn't break it here, so you held. But you're seeing a break here. When you see this break, you're looking for signs of a break, and we saw it today. So if you trigger that sign of a break, what do you do if you're long equities down here? You're not getting burned. You're not getting smoked. You're not getting like there's no like equity holder that's crying today. They were long down here, and they're taking profit here. And so what are they doing now? They're going to be looking for a dip to buy down here, right? To enter again. Does that make sense? So I think sometimes the thinking is what would you say with that? And that's what we have right here is real money selling. Even with what JPOW said, right? You have a list of rules. I have a list of rules. We talk about our rules every day, right? We trade the levels down when you broke the first level and you break the second level. Once you break that third level, you put your bear suit on. And you never put your bear suit on until that happens. Same thing with on the other side of it, on the bottom side of it. It doesn't matter if you're taking the bullish or the bearish position. It's the same methodology, top and bottom, regardless. Same exact methodology. Absolutely no difference in the methodology. There's no like bull bear argument in that. I don't know if that makes any sense. So even right here, bulls are not. There's no pain here for bulls. This is just I'm taking profit. That's what you call real money selling, right? Taking some profit, met certain parameters, broke through the channel, or the larger upward channel. Bulls are, as of today, technically are not in charge right now. Not just technically, just they're not in charge at this moment. So what would you do in that moment if you had bought a bottom? You'd start the process of selling your equities and waiting for the next opportunity to buy. If that makes sense. And provide liquidity for banks to sell their positions. That makes sense too. The boys on the JPM pumps market 410 and is like a recession is coming. Well, yeah, you got to get. So there's the other. There's another. Who said that? I don't know who said that. You need liquidity for banks to sell into as well. And so you have to pump the market to get liquidity to keep stepping down. Christos is saying this market is a joke. Yeah, guys use gains to buy fuel. Yeah, I'm a sailor, so you know that. You know how that goes. They make big waves and try to knock my boat over. IWM looks ugly. I'll run the. I'll take a snapshot of what it looks like over the course of a year. Of what the predictions are on it, and I'll post that for you, Chase. During your normal day, do you only have Bookmap on and charts, or do you look somewhere else to see people selling or buying info? Yeah, on the right hand side. So on the right hand side is an order book. So I look at an order book. I look at hidden levels in the market. I've got a news feed going on the right. If I wasn't live streaming, I would have Twitter open as well, TweetDeck open. Most of my trades come at so the bulk of my money making comes at major support and resistance levels. So I'll put large trades on. I have a large trade on for March right now. And then I just enter day trade levels from level to level. I'll buy 0 to 8 stuff like that. And I check around the market. One of my favorite ways to trade is, which I'm not doing as frequently because I'm live streaming, but I'll go and make a trip around the market. But if I wasn't live streaming and I was just trading the day, I normally have screeners open. So right now I've got where my hand is, I've got a screener. Above it, I have a screener. To the right of it, I have a screener. Then to the right over here, I've got 2 more screeners. I normally have 2 more, I think, but the way everything is set up right now, normally I would have a full battery of charts. So if I was day trading, it's a fair question. So if I was just day trading without streaming, right? I normally sit here with the VIX open, HYG and JNK on a different screener together. I'll have TLT sometimes, but not always. But my main ones are VIX, HYG, JNK, Dixie. So it's SPY, NDX. Dixie. Yeah, Dixie. I'll look at it right now. What I normally have open. Yeah, I have Dixie open. I'll have SPY open. I'll have NDX open. I'll have JNK. Sometimes it's a two screen. They basically tell the same information usually. TLT I'll pop in and out on. Not the best indicator for a bull bear, but JNK, HYG, the VIX, I'll have that open. That's basically it. Then another screen I'll have TweetDeck open. I follow like 4 or 5 people that give market signals, and then I have some kind of news open or a news squawk open, and I trade like that. And then I'm just looking for so I make major trades at market breadth, some other indicators, but mostly market breadth. I'll check market breadth at bottoms and tops against like PPOs and PPMs and cyclical things, and then I have an algorithm that projects where we're going. I do traditional charting. I'll look at volume and market profile. I'll check what the Elliott waivers are doing. Check different time frames, 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Research on 1 hour charts of a trend and stuff like that. And then build all that up into the course of a day to trade the day ahead. I'm just bullish when everyone is bearish, and that's been the trend for a week. So Machiavellian Overture is saying he's been bullish for the week. So this is a pretty easy way. If you want to know when to get bullish and when to get bearish or questioning, right? Just the market breadth on a larger time frame will give you all you need to know about when to be bullish and bearish, and then when to be cautious. So as we're coming to the top here, I was bullish coming to the top here. Absolutely, we hadn't been proved differently. I'm getting bearish now. So on this not a smaller, but a larger time frame, like 1 to 3 months, I'm bearish at this point. Absolutely, bulls would have to do a ton of work for me not to be bearish. So now there's this big chunk that even this trade today, we're not down that much. There's a giant move down coming, giant, and it's probably going to happen in January, hopefully sooner January than March. But between now and March, there's a giant move down coming. IWM gone. Got to watch IWM. You gonna put up IWM for you? Chase, I'm gonna take a look at IWM real quick. Here, give me a couple seconds. I'll do some IWM shit for you. Hey, well, let me clear a chart. Let me just clear IWM. We'll chart it from scratch. See how far out I can put it. 5 years. Okay, yeah, let's start on a 5 year. Hold on a second. We'll do IWM. Chase, you want to do IWM? Hold on a second here. Let's do a 5 year chart on IWM. It's a huge chart, right? So we know we had sellers here. Excuse me. We'll make some posits on IWM. We knew we had sellers there, right? We knew we had sellers step in here. This is for all these buyers down below, right? Buyers came in right here, right? Pushed it up. Buyers came in real low over here, right? Pushed it up. Didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. This is 2020. This is 2020. This was actually the best trade to take in 2020. If you had taken a trade, it was small caps. Some inferences we can make though in here, right? So in recent history, at least in recent history, we know that some buyers were here. There was some demand down here. Right, slammed down. They took it back up. Somewhere right there. Somewhere down in here, we know that there's some demand. Pushed it up and up, right? Picked it back up and pushed it up. Picked it back up and pushed it up. You know, there's some real push down here. That price target's 139.77. So on a baseline, if the market were to crash at any point, if IWM was going to crash at any point, you'd expect some kind of a bottom down here. Could demand come in higher than this? Sure, you could put a I always like big time frames. I always like big round numbers. So 150. This is August of 2028. We'll move this into, where's 2024? January, March, somewhere in here. We'll probably see that over time. Not guaranteed, but probably. You also have this demand here. And you can see it right here too. Push up, push up, push up, right? You see that? Demand. The gap to be filled in here. Do you see that? Wait a minute. Make this yellow. There's a giant air gap though in here. It's right. Yeah, right there. So if you see my cursor right here, there's a giant gap. Watch my cursor. There's a giant gap right here. So we'll just write that in. That's a gap. Somewhere right there. That's a gap. Now, buyers did come up in here, right? You saw that they came up from the gap and pushed it up, pushed it up, pushed it up. They didn't want it. They didn't want this big giant air gap. Let's come down to a smaller time frame. It's a little bit better here, right? You're more than likely going to see an attempt to close the gap down below here. There's a gap right here. There's a real gap down here. You've seen demand come up twice. Once, pushed it up, twice, pushed it up. We came above. Right? Sellers, we found out that sellers were above here and said, fuck you, no, we're not going higher. Seller stepped right in and said, nope. We're not going higher. See if I can. I don't know where that is up there, but we'll. I'm probably going to think that this is all not worth, that this is probably going to say that that's not valid any longer. a second here. Might decide to change this later, but somewhere in there. Yes, just based on this. I mean, wouldn't that make a fucking, regardless if we keep coming up here, wouldn't it be nice just to see that kind of a thing? I don't know if I don't think it gets that low. I think it's going to be something more like this. So January, March. Could do this kind of a thing. Then you get that dip down here and that's up. I think the time doesn't really matter. I think this area right here, can I change the, that might be a better, this is more like a gap down here. Not real. This isn't real right here. This is just demand pushing up, but there's fucking nothing holding this here. I guess it's this shit. Yeah, there's nothing but this being created. You might not get this down here. As long as this demand stays here, they got to rug pull it. I'd say that you're waiting for a rug pull on IWM. I would expect IWM to continue to trade sideways until there's a rug pull. You need this rug pull right here. I'd like to own IWM at $139.77. If you want to know, that's where I want to own it at. So there's a buy IWM 139.77. Anybody have a lower target than that? I don't. I'm going to trust these buyers back here. These buyers go back to 2017. Let me go back here. If you wanted to see more bloodbath, you've got, you're going to get like crazy bearish. I know some of you guys are fucking nonstop forever bears. There's your next one right there. Some of you guys are really fucking doom bears. Some of you guys are fucking, this is actually deeper. That's where the push came up right here. It's a little bit higher, but there's your 2020 low right there. I think 139 seems reasonable. I'd have to check on BOOKMAP deeper into the book and see what they've got in there, but you'd also want to be conscious of like the $100 level is going to be a big level. Whenever you look deep into BOOKMAP, you'll see like when you start selling like this, you'll see like $100 will be important. 125 will be important. $150 will be important. There's like they have these standing orders in here. It comes right down to where this you know, as you're selling like this, these are going to be important levels down here. The bear's just taking it down. I never fucking trust IWM to sell that deep. This is like the core of it's kind of like the part of like mom and pop street, right? IWM likes to fucking trade sideways for fucking goddamn years. I fucking hate small caps. I'll be honest with you. I fucking hate them. I fucking hate small caps. It's like the biggest Ponzi. If there was a Ponzi, it's small caps. I don't know if it's bigger Ponzi than I don't know if it's a bigger Ponzi than some of the growth company. I guess Maybe spec growth is the biggest Ponzi. I shouldn't say that. We just tagged S2. Almost a perfect tag on S2. Anybody know what the we're starting to get into like second deviation down here. No way they were going to pump SPY with the already topping and item fading. Bears are in full force today. Bears are attempting to make 600% of my put spreads. James, I'm actually crushing it today. Thanks for helping me zip up my bear suit. Hey, you're welcome, Tony. Absolutely. Good point in this cap makes sense. Bulls lose that consolidation area. It's over. Yeah, absolutely. So you're and the good thing is the past like 2-3 weeks, you're able to see how you trade over. And the same process in the bottoming process. You'll do the same exact thing in a bottoming process. We'll do the next bottom the same way. And the next top we'll do the same way. The next bottom we'll do the same way. And you'll hear the howling from, like right now we're hearing bulls all upset. But then you'll hear bears howling as we do the bottoming process again. And you'll have another, so you get like one crowd pissed off at you. And then you get the other crowd pissed off at you. So you hear it from both sides no matter what. Pumps have been from the bottom range. I agree with that. That's what some of these bulls are saying that, Chase. Bulls are saying, some of the bulls are still in the camp of, this is nothing. If we were, some of these bulls are like, fucking sell it hard. I was like, on Friday or Wednesday, I was like, I want some fucking selling in here. But this is too much selling. This is telling you this is a different story than the selling I was looking for. Or to remain bullish, the selling that I was looking for, we broke right past that. We blew. Bears said, fuck that, we ain't doing that. Yesterday, it looked like a hit and run. And as it closed, I was like, maybe they'll do a hit and run. They'll sell it overnight and then rip it back up. But you could tell right after the bell, we didn't even get to the pivot point. They just said, fuck it, we're starting to sell. Just sold it right down here. Just bloodbathing it. And S3 down below here. You definitely want to see this tag today. We'll see if they'll grind it down into the bell. Real money selling all day long. They always love to screw bears though, but begets selling. Late bulls may sell. Yeah, I don't think bulls are late right now. I think bulls, I have to be honest with you, I think bulls are, so you're seeing the mechanics of it right now. You're seeing real money selling. Bulls bought that bottom down below. They needed to see that trigger to sell the market with real money selling. And you saw that trigger today. Today was the day where, and this even leading up to today, you know, like, so let's look, had you taken the stance, because people wanted to take the stance, you guys got to understand, man, like when we were down here, there was an expectation that we were going like down here. Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on. You guys have, your memories are, not you guys specifically, but social media's memories are very short. Social media's memories are extremely short. Let's go to a year chart. So social media's memories are crazy short. Hold on here. You guys' memories are like, oftentimes social media's memories are like a day. You guys forget. You guys fucking forget. We can even go here. It doesn't matter. We can go here. We can go there. We'll give it to the Bears. We'll say we weren't expecting that much cap, but you were expecting something like this 2 months ago. I know you were. I was there. I remember. I was there that morning. And let's talk about this zone right here, right? So Bears got fucked here. Straight up got fucked. I know they did. And I know that there was screaming and yelling that we were going here. And so you have to like play that trade, right? And you get that first bounce down here, and you're starting to get some confirmation here and real confirmation here. So, and what does that mean, right? So even if you were bearish down here, what it means though is this is the key thing to remember, right? There were like two things going on here. You get some confirmation that we're going up. So bulls are in down here. Bulls are fine right now. That's why you're seeing they want to see confirmation that this is an actual top. They got the break today. You didn't see any real money selling until today. And the reason you're seeing it today is because they're meeting these expectations. Just like down here, this bottoming process. At some point as a bull or as a bear, you had to say, okay, they're proving that we're going up, right? Is my point. So when you're down here, you're like, okay, they're fucking proving it. We're not actually going down here. They're making gains to make a move higher. This is the meat of the trade right here. And the same thing is right here. As you're making this topping process, we don't know if we're going to continue higher. You're trading the levels in here. You're trading the levels in here. And now that it's showing itself, you're seeing the real equity selling. So we're pointing lower to a move lower. How low that move is, we don't know. We have to look at the market breadth, and we got to look at PPO, all kinds of other fucking shit to see how deep this actually goes. But there's a meat of this trade that's starting right now. There's this beautiful meat of the trade that you can take as a bear. Same thing on the way up. There's a meat of the trade on the way up. But this is the real reason for the topic of conversation. And the real reason for that topic of conversation is, I got asked in stream just now, why wouldn't you have just shorted here? You knew this was here. You would have just shorted. I did short some of, or not short, but I had puts in some of these. I had some puts here and here. And I put on a DI or a DIA triple leverage short for springtime. Because even if we went up, I didn't believe Dow Jones at all. But the reason I say that is because I heard the same shit with this sell-off. I heard the same shit with this sell-off. I heard the same shit with this sell-off. I heard the same shit with that 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 sell-off. So you really want to trend is up. So every time you do this, you get this sell-off. And you're like, okay, I'm trading that level, right? I sold this down. And now you're looking for that moment for bears to get productive. And the moment that you see this production today, right? This is where we got production today. If you were a bull in here, this triggers you to say, oh, fuck that. I'm fucking long SPY and fucking equity call or equity share position. I'm fucking holding Tesla. I'm fucking holding Apple. I'm holding fucking from way down here, let's say. This is your trigger to sell. And so you're seeing that today. You're seeing today that the options market doesn't match where we're going. You're seeing that this is what's called real equity selling in the market. And so that was the trigger. You should trade like that. That's how the market trades. And you're seeing it in real time right now this afternoon. Real equity selling. Trading down at 390. 353. We'll look at a 5-day chart here and see that track. Okay, so remember yesterday, in yesterday's stream, we said the bears really want to. Remember when we had this channel here, and we were talking about this channel, and we said it kind of came down in here, got bought back up, right? Came back down in here yesterday, and we were like, heck, can they do it in the overnight down here? They're doing it in the daytime, right in cash market. This is real money selling. Not in a liquid market, right? So what a bears want for at least the end of today is they want to get down here. You can see this over here, right? Some demand set in. They're looking to fucking get this, man. I don't think they're gonna get it. We'll move this up a little bit, but would not shock to see this selling continue relentlessly into somewhere down in here, but not for a minute. If you're a bull out there, I can show you where there was demand right here. Demand right here. And I don't think you're going to see demand until at least down here. Some kind of algo trigger or computer trigger. Somewhere in this vicinity down here. They're just fucking selling. If you wanted the reason, this morning we first started the stream this morning, we asked the question, have you seen the reasons to turn bearish? And we went through the arguments the bulls had left. If you weren't sold on that now, you should be. See if I can. You're going to look for the next place for bulls to try to make a stand. It's going to be right down here. And this is just going back, I think, I think this is a week. Is this a week or is this it's only 5 days. 1, 2, 3, right? So you got 1, 2, 3. This is just a weekly, which is wild. Breaking through this level. Matter of fact, as we get down here, there could be a plunge here. Get a nice little plunge here. So I can draw this in down here. That would be the target. Wait a minute. Hold on here. There is nothing but an air gap down below at 382 down here. The giant fucking air gap down here. Giant air gap, like from here to here. And we're breaking it right now. You can see us breaking through. There's a little bit more left over here at S3. Last little bit of support down here at S3. And if you start breaking S3, you would see, I don't think we break S3, but if we did, you'd see fucking a bloodbath. You'd see, it's a 100-point drop right there. It's a giant fucking drop. I don't know how many percentage points that is. I have to look at it and measure it. Anybody know what that percentage is in a day? If you can get down here to 382. This is a low probability trade. But possible. See if we can move this up. Maybe that helps right there. Just relentless real money selling all morning long. What time is it right now? It's actually afternoon, right? 1:13 in the afternoon. Just relentless selling, breaking through levels. Bears just stacking up resistance zones, right? Just stacking them. Got another one right here at S2. They're going to tell you, fuck you, no. Make that one yellow. Gonna make this one red now. Bears just stacking up. Stacking up non-stop. Non-stop. Boom, sold it. Boom, sold it. They want to sell this level up here again, right? If you get a relief rally up here, Bears gonna want. They're gonna come right back in and sell right down there. We'll look at this level 391.09. It's not showing down there. It's saying this is bottom, but I don't believe it. Maybe. You know, the options market's not going to show you. When you have real money selling, the options market's not truly going to show you. I mean, you got to buy. You have like set buys right here, right now. But if you come on back up into some liquidity up here and they just start fucking selling it down, I don't think it matters. The options market telling you a different story than. So, oh, you guys aren't looking at this. I'll show it to you guys. So you got some standing orders right now coming in right at 393. I'll show you. I was doing this on the side here. Hold on. So you have 314 standing orders, right? Contract buys down here. It's like a computer doing it. But there's no book below there. There's like zero fucking book. So like right where we are right now. Hold on here. There's no depth of book in here on the option and the futures contracts, right? There's no depth of book here. So and if you look inside the order flow in the dome down below on the bottom right hand side, you've got relentless real money selling. So there's nothing stopping this selling down to this S3. There's nothing holding this market up, and there's no buyers. There's no buyers down through this whole entire gap. So you probably have a warning here of some kind. I don't know. Maybe the warning's at S3, but there would most certainly be a warning if you start breaking through this S3 of giant fucking like free floating air. If like panic set in or something like that, I'd be like, fuck. We'll see if this holds here. Yeah, there's your pivot point above. Now, Bears fully in charge of this market right now. Good job to the Bears. Good job to trend change the market. On the hourly, we're in a trend change. We looked at the market profile earlier, and there's just giant air gaps down below, right down to 382. There's some key levels down there. The 100 daily simple moving average is down there. The 120 is down there. There's a gap down there at 382. There's single fucking prints going down as far as the eye can see to next major support. Real selling coming to the market. Hey, Mira, how are you, brother? See what you guys are saying here. PPI tomorrow, usually not biggest deal, but can be pump off inflation lows, shorts in the house. Hey, Mara, how are you, brother? 3,900 spot game is put wall for this morning. Yeah, you've got the you've got a put wall here, but you've also got real money. The problem with this is when you have liquidation events, it winds up, it doesn't matter what their fucking put wall is. Their fucking put wall doesn't mean shit. Equities can take over their options market in a second. And it means nothing. Zero. I give 0 to the options market when there's real money selling. Monthly range is probably, what do you got? Yeah, so this is just weekly range, right? Range expansion, weekly range, 5 days. Winky's saying monthly range is 379.97. I broke weekly range. 339. Shorts rating bills. No more button. Chase Winter 389 area has been an important level all year long. I gotta go. I'm gonna look at these. I'm gonna look at DIA. Hold on a second here. I've got some SDAO triple leveraged shorts. I'm gonna check them right now. Or triple leveraged puts. I'm not up that much. I bought them for 240, I think, and they're up to 370 right now. They're not doing that well. I want them to be 500 percenters. I've got them at 500 percenters, and they haven't printed 500% yet. But they're up now. They got fucking torched. Cat must pee in a bucket. Bears paid for my ski trip to Ville. Thank you. Hell yeah, John Sabrito. Super short DIA puts kind of suck because of spread, but still given my target weight on the bid-ask spread shouldn't matter. Yeah, I've got a target on my SDAO. I've got a target of 500%, but I don't see them fucking printing it until January or March, somewhere in there. Yeah, they're long dated. They're fucking. I put them on, and so I put on some SDAO, and we blasted up on S&P 500 like fucking 100 points or something stupid, and they got fucking hammered. I was talking to someone on Twitter, and I was like, just hold them. I was like, don't fucking sell them. Yeah, Miro, you got Miro. Globex has no fucking. You guys, there's no order book in Globex. Just like program small buyers. There ain't shit below, bro. There ain't shit. So, Miro, you want to see something crazy? So the thickest the book is on Globex, 39.10. And even that is 191 orders. Below it, fucking nothing, dude. Just black death skies below it. Or 172. That's not even a book. It's not even a book down there. Like, it's like the book that's down here is so light, it's not even funny. And there's nothing holding here. And down below, Miro, you want to see how black sky it is? Way down there. There ain't shit in the book to hit down here. I don't think we get down here, but this is likely right here. Hold on a second. We've got Morgan Stanley saying they laid off about 2% of its employees on Tuesday. JPM Morgan's Lake, 2023 will be normalization path for the whole year. JP Morgan's Lake, a mild recession is more likely in our near term. The U.S. economy remains robust. Labor market is still tight, and we are past the peak of wage inflation. Secretary of State Sherman says, when asked about possibility of European army, we believe it is critical that NATO continues. That doesn't mean shit. And then the rest of it's all nat gas and petroleum. Beautiful, nice sell day. Let's see here. Let's probe and lower. The book's got weak buyers right here. But it's weak, man. I would not trust these buyers here. It's 230, 219, 207. This is all bullshit in here. Are you going to Vail? Which separator? When are you going to Vail? I've got tickets for Sundance this year. I'm going there on January 19th. I'll be in Park City for hobnobbing with movie stars and shit. right in there. Real weak support here. Price target 3910. Yeah, Natty Gas, I was looking at what did I see on Natty Gas? I don't see it anymore. Interview a member of management at one of these companies and see if you want to invest in it. December 15th. You go on the 15th to the 21st. That's a good time to go. That's fucking blowing snow. I was just out there last weekend. Went skiing out west this weekend. Are you skiing at Vail or Beaver Creek? I used to live on Chamonix. Some support, Foreman. Book's getting a little bit thicker here. Keep your eye on that 3910. Next target below. I ski at Tahoe when I'm up there. Yeah, I have my sister-in-law lives in my sister-in-law. Hold on a second. I'm going to check a position. My sister-in-law lives in San Fran, and they got a house up in Reno. I wanted to live in Sparks for a little bit. I was considering moving there. Your condo's in Keystone. Are you gonna drive between like Breck and Vail and all those other places? Don't get fucking caught drinking and driving out there, man. Like Breck's known for like go on vacation, leave on probation or something. They used to say. Yeah, I like Sparks. I like the mountain bike trails out there. Yeah, I like Tahoe's fucking Tahoe's rough. Tahoe's like gangster. Yeah, when I first moved to Colorado, it was like the first warning I got. I had some friends that, of course, like that's how it goes, right? You got friends living out there, and you drive through to. I think I was doing a cross country hike and bike trip or something. And I stopped in New Mexico. My wife was a graduate of University of New Mexico, and we went down there to do some rock climbing and stuff. And her friends and now my friends were like, "We're going to California." And we're like, "Don't bother, go to Colorado." We had friends in Colorado, and like half of them had a DWI. Like half of them, they're handing them out like candy. Yeah, no drinking and driving. It's like I think it's like set up there for you to go on vacation, and then it's set up there for you to go on vacation and leave in probation. I think Breck specifically, I lived in Vale, so we had the rich people bus. Nobody drove in Vale. They like Vale Village and all that shit. But I think like all the workers and stuff in Breckenridge lived outside of town, and then they drove into Breck. Oh hell yeah! Concert venues have died from the DWN force. Yeah, there's no fucking reason anymore. Not to say there was a reason before, but there's too many options to not get pulled over for DWI. Between Lyft and Uber, and at least the nice places, they've got good. But like Park City's got, they're like in town. The town bus is fucking awesome. Yeah, we're breaking through it right now. Like so, 3930. If you watch on the order book on the right hand side, and they're like adding. It started at like 162, then they're stepping it down too. It's like 162, then 252, 262. But the book is so light, and then if you look on the bottom right hand side, the fucking selling is relentless. Talking about 20,000 more sellers than buyers. So what it does is it tells the book, go fuck yourself. I don't care that you're buying here. And the crazy part is down below here, this is nothing. Like we got to watch to see if anything comes in down here. Because if nothing comes in down here, dude, you could have a sweet 100-point drop. I don't think it's happening, but if it happens, it's gonna be fucking nasty. Be pretty fucking wild. Starting to make our way lower now. 392.73. Nothing left in the book. Just broke right through. Real money sellers coming right back in again, looking for lower targets. You're seeing there's some kind of a trap here. Be careful down here. Look at BOOKMAP. There are buyers stepping in. They're like hidden down there. So there's some weird shit going on in BOOKMAP right now. Just keep your eyes on BOOKMAP. There's no book below. If you look below at 3910, there ain't shit down there. But there's like there's like hidden buyers down here doing weird shit. So be real careful down here. Start watching the left-hand side of the right-hand side of your BOOKMAP screen on the left-hand side, right? Where it says like COB and COB. Look at the left-hand side COB and you look at those numbers starting to change. Some weird shit going on. Driving is crazy. Reese Witherspoon's aunt lives there. They would fly the hairdresser from Miami to her hair. Where's Reese live? When you see a runaway truck ramps, you know it's not good. I'd be stupid. Yeah. 70's crazy with chains. The people that try to drive without chains on 70 is kind of crazy. Be careful in here. There's some kind of a like there's like hidden buyers coming out of the woodwork in here. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. Like the Vale Pass is fucking crazy. Vale Pass is dangerous as fuck, especially if you're coming from the west and you're like trying to go up the pass from the Vale side. Yeah, they're coming in right now. They weren't showing themselves, and now they're showing themselves right now. 382. 382 will fucking hold definitely. There's a giant fucking air gap. From like this zone right here below is a giant fucking air gap. I drove through I did this weird drive, I think, through North Carolina coming from like the Midwest. And we went down this like windy fucking highway in the middle of the night that was like 2 lanes, maybe 20 feet wide max. And it was crazy as fuck. It was like winding back and forth, back and forth. I think it was in North Carolina. Yeah, seeing a squeeze higher here. Some buyers stepping in right now. No, I was saying I was coming from the Midwest. So I was in the Midwest. I drove to, I think I was driving to Charleston, and I think I went through North Carolina first. I think it was North Carolina, but I was coming over the Smoky Mountains, and it was this like one big highway that turned into not a big highway, and it was like back and forth, windy roads, blowing snow. Wasn't wintertime. Was it I-40 maybe? You're saying Tesla's relatively strong today? Yeah, it is. Let me look at Tesla real quick. Yeah, Tesla's holding its bottom here. Tesla's holding nice relative strength in here. Man, I've got some charts on Tesla, not pretty. Buyers still holding this up right here. I'm impressed with that. I got some fucking levels down here that are fucking. These buyers aren't done in here, are they?
Intercontinental Exchange CEO
Tesla's
says he
starting to
thinks
take off
most
right now.
crypto tokens will be regulated under existing security
Short
laws
squeezing.
following the FTX collapse.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear all
Tesla
the flying
ripping
futures,
right now.
forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
The New York Stock Exchange unit doing
Tesla
tokenized
blasting
trading.
off. Not showing itself in SPY right now. Tesla just triggered fucking buy. Look at that. It's a big bar right there in Tesla. Might be a nice little run here in Tesla. You can see it right there. Fucking Tesla's crazy. Tesla's always got fucking action on it. Fucking love this stock. Fucking love to fucking buy it. People don't give a flying fuck on Tesla. Fucking love Tesla bulls. They don't care. Getting a base here on the market real quick. Just be conscious of this. We'll check around the market right here. So check around the market and just see real quick. Look at that. 105. Woo! Look at Dixie. Fucking monster. Dixie's got no I mean, you've got this little trouble zone right here. You got this little zone right in here, but these are the sellers were before. You can make that yellow. But I don't know, man. Dixie might not be done. I mean, you had some sellers come down right here in Dixie. You can see them. Sellers came down. Some sellers came down. Just started fucking squeezing higher right here. Let's see if the Dixie Bears can come back in and take over. It doesn't look good for doesn't look good for the fucking Dixie Bears. Let's take a look at where do we want to look at here? Let's take a look at NDX real quick. Broke right below that bar. Look at that. Look at NDX just fucking and Tesla not participating. Bulls just got hammered in here. Straight hammered. Taken to the fucking woodshed today. You see that? Bam, bam, bam. Squeeze higher. Whole move erased for bulls. Entire move just gone. 1, 2, 3. I don't even know if this is real yet. This would put us at that 3901 down here, I think. You don't know if this is real or not right now. Fucking baller. Apple. We'll take a look at Apple. Yeah, it's still not. See, like Apple still has more to give. Still a little bit down here that could be given up. Still some gappage down here on Amazon. J&K, we talked about this earlier this afternoon. So we talked earlier this afternoon is where the real buyers are in J&K. They're way down here. They're way down here. They're way down here. I guess you could give them a little bit of, give the possible. Yeah, there's still room to bleed. I don't know if it happens here, but there's still room to fucking bleed off. To bleed off J&K. Same thing going on over here. Giant fucking gap to fill on HYG. Buyers step in. Still, on this trend is still not broken. For risk in this market, but the buyers still don't step in until down here. So you're still bearish on a shorter time frame here on equities. Still room for fucking HYG to fucking start selling. And the crazy part is if you see it still selling off and equities aren't showing it, equities will follow along. If you see that divergence, HYG is still holding on. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it hasn't kept going down here. VIX breaking ahead, up and above. We talked about this one earlier, looking for the 2167. Took it. Based out, still looking for basing down here to take out now 2254 and then above here to 25. Coming in a little bit of volatility in here, but if this bases out right here, this starts basing out right here for a little bit, and it looks like market's going to go up. It's easy for us to take that out and take that out right there. So maybe a short squeeze here on the SPY. That's about it right now. It looks like just short squeezing. Repositioning, that's it. Yeah, Dixie can fucking Dixie has way more room to go. Fucking HYG and J&K, man, they haven't given shit up yet. I'm surprised. J&K, if you start seeing J&K and fucking HYG just start fucking plummeting, it's gonna get fucking nasty. Apple announced ending self-driving. What is it? What are you saying here? Apple announced ending self-driving call, which probably the move on Tesla. Oh, so they announced they're ending the self-driving car? I'm surprised they didn't do a partnership. You want an old car? I got an old ski wagon. I've got a Tesla too. NASDAQ shit the bed. Look at the gap on the left. Check Meta and Microsoft. Yeah, I haven't looked at. You want me to look at Meta and Microsoft? I don't think Meta shows up well on. I'll look up MSFT, but since the splits, I don't think it shows up. This charting software doesn't do well with. Oh shit, 251 to 244, 2%. This is constructive though over here. It's like 4% off Microsoft. But even so, on a monthly chart, it's nothing, man. Like this is nothing yet. This ain't shit yet. This is October right here. This is November. This is October back here, right? Yeah, it's the 13th right here. This is a low on Microsoft on we haven't seen, so for all this selling today, right? I mean, look at this. For all this fucking selling today, what were they clipping in NASDAQ? But like, look at this right here. Hold on, you guys can't see this stuff. Let me clear all this. You guys can't see half this shit. So let's look at, this is important to look at. Because there's a divergence right now in the market. So let's look at like fucking Microsoft. So you think you're like, in your mind, you're like, this was horrible, Cap. It's fucking getting fucking murdered. I'm like, dude, you haven't even seen selling yet. It's like when you're saying like you could see a bloodbath down at 382. This is where all these buyers are down here, right? These fucking buyers back in October, November, they're way the fuck down here. We haven't even seen a bloodbath yet. This isn't even like, this is nothing right here. Look at this. There is talking about like you're still fucking Microsoft hasn't even broken through support yet. Fucking Microsoft, there's like some fake shit going on in the market right now. See this? If you're a bull, you should be watching this, because they didn't break through none of this support. Like the SPY kind of broke here. Microsoft is like, fuck you. We own tons of this shit. Like, you want to see market go down? Fucking, you break through this shit on Microsoft, dude, that shit's going to be a bloodbath. That's going to be a fucking bloodbath. Get tired. Let me get some coffee. Hold on. It's a long fucking day, man. We haven't even seen a bloodbath yet. That ain't shit. 244. And this is just getting back to where we were in fucking October, November. I guess, man, there's some bulls out there that are still hyper bullish here. Not many, but there's some. And I disagree with them. But this is a bull case right here, if there ever was one. We'll take a look at the breadth in the market right now, too. Like, the fact that bulls aren't giving this shit up, man. The fact that fucking Tesla's not giving it up. I get that oil's giving it up, but man, like, tech is just holding it right now. I'm pretty fucking shocked at this. If you see a rotation into selling tech, fuck me. Like, the SPY will just, maybe they're setting SPY up for that bloodbath. Maybe they'll rotate between each sector to sell, because they haven't sold fucking Microsoft. They haven't fucking sold Tesla either. Fucking high five on Tesla. Like, this is nothing for Tesla. I'm fucking impressed. Unless they rotate into this next couple days. I'm fucking impressed. I gotta say, like, for tech, I mean, Amazon is giving it up. There's 11. Amazon's giving it up. Amazon got fucked. Amazon definitely got fucked here. And let's look at Amazon, because if they were to take down if they were to take down like Microsoft, god damn it, these fucking I don't chart this stuff on splits well on this program. Well, I'll have to take a look at like the likes of Amazon, because if they were to start rolling everything over, Amazon they'll start dropping, because they ain't got shit back there. That's it. That's interesting right now. I'll tell you that about fucking Amazon and Tesla holding up. If they rotate into selling that, if they're rotating like sector selling right now, look at Walmart. Jesus Christ. So Walmart should still bleed off. Walmart has more room to drop. 149 is on the table for Walmart. But then you get another drop for Walmart below that. Hold on. You got another you'll start legging it down on Walmart. Why are these all fucking, I mean, this is a demand zone right here, but if you start chewing through this stuff right here, fucking Walmart, bye-bye. Fucking bloodbath down to 143. And that ain't shit. You're not even getting started. This is just fucking, look at Walmart. This is just since, I don't know, man. There's some fucking bulls that are saying that they bought this market. Some of this is saying that they have. Unless they rotate into selling this shit. Like, look at this. Like fucking Walmart in the past month or 2 months. It's like, fuck you, we ain't selling this. Look at fucking, Jesus, Walmart. And this is going back into November, right? For Meta hasn't given any of this up either. Man, I don't know, man. Getting fucking bullish. Getting fucking bullish. Let's look at you know what we'll do is we'll take a look at that breadth chart again. I mean, fuck me, man. For all that selling in one day, there's a fucking, why haven't they, maybe it's just a supply issue. Maybe they have to rotate the selling. There's either, I mean, so I guess it's implying two things. It's implying a pretty fucking fast move coming down or coming up on the market as a whole. If they start rotating through sector by sector, large sectors, it's going to be fucking, SPY's going to get fucking destroyed. Fucking NASDAQ's going to get fucking destroyed. Like straight up destroyed. I want to look at all this stuff now as like taken as a whole. I definitely want to look at sectors, the sector sell by not like heat map by company, but heat map by sector, and seeing if they're going to start rotating through this, because we haven't seen shit for selling yet. Not for big holdings, we haven't seen shit for selling. I mean, you start sector rotating here. Well, I'll look on a let me look on a, I've got a chart here, a breadth chart that could show us lend some insight into it. That's fucking interesting. I wonder if there's like tech bulls going, just hiding their heads in a corner going, please, 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 don't rotate out of me. Please, 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 I'll take the beating today. Just don't do what they're doing across the market. Because that isn't shit. You want to see, I want to see bloodbaths. Let me see, like XLU had kind of a bad day, but not that bad. Let me look at something real quick. Man, I don't know. I bet you there's. I'm not there. I'm still bearish, but these fucking bulls, man. They're. Let me look on a daily chart. I guess the implication would be there's either a shit ton of selling left to go, a shit ton of selling left to go, or it's just I'm looking at right here. Yeah, like let's look at breadth real quick. Like, you know, we know energy got clipped, but here I'll bring this back up for you so you guys can see this. Hold on here. Like, it could be, there's like two sides to this story, right? There's still two sides to this story right now. So you really haven't seen real bloodletting yet. You guys, if you're a bear and you think we've seen blood yet, we haven't seen shit for blood. So just write down in here, right? Utilities, fucking, you got people just hiding in utilities. Tech, still at 70%. REITs, 64, clipped. Materials, 71 still. Industrials, clipped, 56. I forget what HLT means. FinTech, clipped, 49%. Energy, smacked to the fucking depths of hell, 13. Communications 80. I mean, there's some wide sectors here that haven't seen shit yet. For and that shows that if NDX gets clipped, man, that isn't even a clipping for NDX. So like NDX probably spec growth. Let's look. NDX hasn't seen shit. If there's a rug pull in NDX, we talk about this sometimes. I say to you guys, this is the magic number down here, right? You guys know what the magic number is, right? It's right here, 10,000. I'm not going to bring it back over there to show you where it's at, but it's way, way, way left back here. You break this number down here. If you start clipping, if they don't clip, I'm fascinated by this right now because some fucking bulls out there that are saying, yeah, we'll roll this bitch over. We're not rolling it over like you think we are, Cap. That's what some bulls are saying this morning. I mean, even if you rolled it down to here, you don't even get market crash in tech until you break below there. That's a pretty big fucking selling, man. This is fucking a bloodbath in here, right? And SPY's still not down anywhere near. I guess if you're a bear, we haven't seen shit for selling yet. We haven't seen nothing. we haven't seen selling in any way, shape, or form. This is like one blood drop. If you think this is blood, this is nothing. The blood could rain. Hey Emerson, how are you, brother? Yeah, I noticed that too. I didn't mention I should have. Why is Meta not participating? I agree with that. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, there'll be a divergence at some point in Dixie in the market rolling over. We haven't seen that yet. Yeah, energy's probably a buy or close to a buy. They clipped it. I mean, it's down. It could get held down. You could see energy get held down for depending on how long this rotation out of sectors is. You could wait until all the sectors have been rotated out of. But I would keep your eye on energy turning at some point. It'd be worth watching energy during the rotation. So Emerson, so if any guys don't know Emerson, he's a great trader. He's making some comments in stream that are outstanding. He's saying for a weekly expected move, we are in a bloodbath territory. Yeah, for the weekly expected move, I think we're 2 deviations, right? I think we are at this point. It's anywhere down in here is the second deviation for the week, right? We've given back the entire week. No, there's some bulls in here that had 395 as a point of no return for them, 393, Emerson, and there are some bulls, a very small number of bulls saying, I wanted to see the sell-off this week myself. I didn't think it would be this deep. But there's some bulls saying that it's good that we're selling off into FOMC. They want to buy this kind of a dip. And we're not seeing full rotations today, right? Which is kind of weird. Usually you kind of see a little bit off everything, right? Everything's kind of down. They're like sector specific today. For weekly expected move, we're in bloodbath territory. Long term, this is silly selling, nothing serious. And that's the last part of what Emerson's saying, is that this is nothing serious. Yeah, it's glaring in SPY, but it's not glaring across the market. I agree with that. Looking around the market in sectors, I'm like, oh wow. I'm like, SPY's taking a hit, but it's not you can't correlate it to other sectors within the SPY. I agree with that. I'm seeing that now looking around the market. I'm like, they haven't fucking sold shit in this market yet. We've got some real money selling going on. They're selling the SPY. We watched it today that they were selling SPY. Let me see what Emerson's saying in there. Now we're gonna have a bad time if they don't have another blockbuster product. iPhone's days are numbered. No, I'm actually, I swear, I'm like rocking in my chair right now. I'm literally rocking back and forth because I got to take a piss. Pretty bad. Bob Kendall's pretty bullish still here. Yeah, man. On the time frame that you're looking at, so when you guys hear, when we talk about bullishness and bearishness, completely different time frames. You were talking different time frames here. We were talking about what Wilson was saying, that like Wilson's probably saying we're selling the equity market. He's not. You can see he hasn't sold some of the equity market. He's like, we're sellers here. He could be selling this just to get a nice fucking fat dip to buy for. He might know what's going to be said at the FOMC meeting, right? You get an initial bullish response in the equity market. He'll want to sell into that strength on a high of 415, whatever you said it was, or even 430 or 440. I'm listening to the. So as of today, for me, I hit technical levels to say the bears have done what they needed to do to start to roll the market over. So I'm in a bullish stance at this point, or bearish stance at this point. I'm still listening to the bulls though. I'm open to fucking. If I'm bullish, I'm open to the bears. If I'm bearish, I'm open to the bulls. You should always be as well. And then we're talking about different time frames, right? Can there be a snapback rally? Absolutely. So, but does that last? Because it looks like sell the rip to me in any of that kind of snapback rally. Gamma's saying that too, right? I guess you're gonna hear Spot Gamma will probably come out and say we've hit the put wall. This is the other thing. You're going to hear, I should say this. I'm not trying to shit on Spot Gamma, but you're going to hear, we've hit the put wall, expect a Vanna rally. How long it lasts, I don't know. How long it takes for it to kick in, I don't know. But what they don't tell you is if you get rolling waves of puts, waterfall puts coming into the market, that Vanna rally is fucking canceled. You'll see another fucking move lower. So, like, that shit's bullshit, too. Because I hear that shit sometimes, and you watch like waving, rolling puts coming in, and they'll waterfall it for another leg lower, creating new, like more outside the money puts. You'd see the put wall change in a day or 2 or 3 days, overnight sometimes. You'll be going to fucking bed, and you'll see a put wall at 390. Wake up the next day, and your put wall's now down at fucking 380, 370. Kendall's still pretty bullish. Still, yeah, I like Kendall. I like him a lot. He's a very smart trader. Can be squeezed this level. Fucking hate those. I don't know. I'd still like to see. I mean, we're already down here, right? You might as well bloodbath it down into the bell down here. I'd like to see the bloodbath down into S3 at least. A lot of times when this indicators are crazy strong, it backs off. Time to take a little off the table. Got to take profits along the way. Yeah, I think we can see one last bloodbath down here. Yeah, I've been in and out of trades all day long. Burned down, I think, 3 calls, and I've had 1 set of puts print, and I've got heavy printing going on in SDAO with a very large position. Very, very large position. Mid 5-figure position. So that's pretty good. No trade for you today, Cap. Just looking at Bookmap 390 popping up now, LOL. Yeah, there were hidden buyers stepping in there. They definitely rotated sectors to not have a full capitulation this year. Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought it would have been more like selling. I mean, there's some selling in other sectors, but not quite like energy got fucking railed. Meta down 65% in the year. Don't forget that. Yeah, I agree on that. There will be some of that non-participation. Lots of room to sell. VIX hasn't budged, so watching that VIX skew, the VVIX. The other me says buy this for one last little pump. No one wants to go long vol. Just watch VVIX. Yeah, agreed. Skew showing some protection being bought again. Nothing serious. As long as grades are good, Emerson, you're good to go, brother. What do you think about TrendSpider? I don't know. I don't follow TrendSpider. Sometimes I see him pop up my feed. I don't know much about TrendSpider. I think I might have subbed to them at one point or paid for them at one point, long time ago, a year or two ago. I don't know. I heard good things about Seroquel, except possibly death. Aftermarket closed bloodbath cap. I doubt there's an aftermarket bloodbath. I think it bleeds right into the bell. Long UVXY here. Incel from 19s. Hedge for capitulation spike. Emerson will do. Crew's hanging out. Good luck with the Boy Scouts. You'll have letters after your name in no time. Right on. John Haggerty's giving a pump to Emerson. Yeah, he's an old school member of the group here. Are you going to buy the bell? If we close near 3,900, Apple will lead. There's a massive OTM put at 30. Yeah, what you want to be seeing. So I'm trying to keep up with you guys. You want to be looking for rolling puts coming into the bell here. So if I don't have flow anymore, I don't bother paying for it. But if any of you guys pay for flow, you want to be watching into the bell. Usually they'll place them if they're going to roll or waterfall puts. You'll see them usually at like 4 o'clock to 4:15. You'll see $30-40 million in short dated outside the money, not in the money, outside the money puts. Trying to roll the market down to continue down like 382. Yeah, the puts that I have for March were in the money. Now they're way in the money. But I want them to get. I have them for 500%. So, or I'm holding them for 500%. Tesla hanging in officially will get murdered overnight. I don't know about that. Maybe they might rotate into selling tech tomorrow. I don't know the answer to that. Emerson's saying he's almost done. Hell yeah, Emerson. I'll post a price target for Dow. I've got an algo that's showing me where to take it to. I think the Dow is a bloodbath into March. So I ran an algorithm that showed SPY sideways, shows TLT taken off, shows it shows like attempts for SPY to crash, but not the actual crash. It shows Dow getting fucking murdered. Shows TLT blasting off. On a longer time frame, much longer time, a year time frame, actually into January of next year. Shows sideways SPY. The one thing that I didn't trust in this algorithm was I never fucking doubt the speculative growth people and the tech people. Like you'll see people saying shit like buy TLT, but then tech will just fucking destroy it for no good reason. Well, not no good reason. People love owning fucking Tesla and Apple. So my blend for next year is like 60% TLT, a 40% blend of S&P 500, buying bottoms, some spec growth, and some tech. And I want to buy that hopefully in March. You could do the TLT
According
now.
To Semaphore, U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren is working on a sweeping cryptocurrency bill that would hand the SEC most regulatory authority over the market.
Wall Street, what am I watching right now? Yeah, everybody give props to Emerson, man, for sure.
Just to repeat, according to Semaphore,
Wall Street Journal
US
wasn't
Senator
President Biden
Elizabeth
going to
Warren
end
is
Donald
working
Trump's
on a
direct trade
sweeping
wars against her
cryptocurrency bill that
allies,
would hand
apparently
the
not his super
SEC
aggressive
most
climate protection.
regulatory authority over the market.
Tariff war. Price target is 270 in DIA Dow ETF. I'll post you. You know what I'll do is I'll post them all together. I'll post where I think we're going. It doesn't include any crashes. Although fucking I got Dow crashing. Yeah, we really haven't seen full on selling yet, have we? There's a huge move here. If you're gonna sell this down, there's so much meat left in the bone. Have you ever considered applying data surrounding these conditions? When conditions XYZ exist, it moves direction. Have you ever considered plotting data surrounding these conditions? Yeah, man. So we're. I don't know what you mean by that, Ryan. Explain that, and I'll try to find what you mean. We talk about conditions all the time. In 2008, I shorted Dow. Tried again a couple years ago. It wasn't doing what I expected. They changed the holdings. Yeah, I'm on a triple leveraged, and it's not fucking paying like it should be. Well, not that it's not. It's just that I have to fucking hold it forever. DIA is the same way. Like, I mean, not DIA. Like, you know, to some extent, small caps. It prints when it prints, but it's still slow as fuck. It's not as liquid as SPY. SPY is like a super fast printer. Dow Jones is like, you got to fucking hold that shit for 3 months. TLT is the same way. TLT is like a fucking trade that lasts like 6 months. I'm exaggerating, but it's like an old man fucking trade. You go down to the library, look at the newspaper, go back to your house, you get your rotary phone that's corded to the wall, and you call your guy up and say, all right, I'm ready to take the money. We'll have to see what Kramer says first. Squilliam. I gotta take a piss pretty bad. What do you use short Dow? I use let me see what I've got here. I've got a SDOW. I've got a position here for March 17th. It's a 25C. They're now at $4. I think when we talked about it here on the show, they were at $2.24. They went up to like $2.50, and then they went down. They went up to like $3. I think they got bloodbathed one day, and now they're doing well. They're doing very well right now. Look at S. The ticker symbol is SDOW. The strike and date is 25C, and it's March 17th. Safety play is desperation. Global unwind impact U.S. markets. The rubber rate industry is tied to national intelligence. Agreed. Emerson, 100%. Now they're trying to make Tesla look okay, but will be destroyed. Yeah, I agree with that too. Diesel and refining. No, I backtested SDOW for. I backtested this. So this whole trade is a pretty large trade. I backtested it. It's good to go. It's good. It's doing really well. I'm happy with the trade. No, you don't trade him since the XIV? I'm in for the long haul on the Dow. I backtested it. I looked at all the fucking numbers on it. I looked at the time that I put on it. there's this part of the curve that it's all green. Like I've got like I pretty much have until if you run a back test on what it's gonna pay, it's like there's like no fucking theta on this. Like once you come in the money and go high enough, it's just all fucking green. It's fucking stupid. Just holding fucking. Hell yeah, Emerson. I don't trade inverted ETFs. What do you guys think? Cap thought on China. It's been very high. Till VIX clears 110, we are not. VVIX clears 110, we are not selling and not afraid. Market is screaming under hedged. Leaving rooms for second move. Phenon. Yep. Once participants are forced into hedging, look out below. Yeah, I'm impressed right now seeing I'm impressed right now. People aren't selling. They're not selling fucking tech at all. S-Bucks will continue to be decimated. Yeah, so what's my target on it? I think I've got it targeted for like the 40s or 50s. I think it's 40s. I got a price target like 40 or 45 or something like that. I don't have it in front of me. I could bring it up and find out what it is, but it's somewhere around 40, 45. That's where I think it's going. Way higher, man. Higher. Higher. Way fucking higher. Supplementing your live streams with plotted data to support your analysis predictions will be huge. Yeah, I do that. I post that stuff on so I post that stuff on or usually I post that stuff on at Captain's Alpha, but you've got a fair point. You know what I could do? Do you want so what I'm developing right now is I've got two things coming for you guys. So right now I'm back testing an algorithm. And I back tested it at the bottom. I'm back testing it here at the top. I have to make sure that I have to find out the parameters on it so that like what does it work with, what does it not work with, when do you say this doesn't work, or what time frames you should be looking on major supports and resistance points in the market, right?
Wall Street Journal
Hold on here.
CEO Council.
I'm gonna mute this real quick. Who was asking that question? Okay, so Ryan Brady's asking a bunch of good questions. So, and he's making a really good point. So, right now, right, I'm working on having a way for you to. Right now, you can copy and paste the levels every day on at Captain's Alpha, right? So I have my daughter and I are working on getting you gamma levels in a chart form, and then getting them plotted for you every day. You should be able to plug them into whatever your charting software is on a daily basis. So if you're using TradingView, you can just plug in the numbers, like cut and paste. But if you're saying that I should do like a TradingView where you can cut and paste, or we can plug in the numbers every day and you just have a chart in front of you. So this algorithm you'll have access to on TradingView at some point in the next, I'm assuming the next couple weeks. And what you'll be able to do is just go in and run it on that whatever your favorite ticker is, and we'll run it on. We'll have a list of tickers as well. And then the last part of this, I guess. So you get the gamma levels, you'll get the charting every day, and what we'll end up doing is we'll do this charting every day, and we'll leave this up for you to have access to, maybe without editing, so you can see it every day and apply it to your own charts if you want. But you want to have access to is what you're telling me, I think, right? I think that's what you're telling me. I think we're moving into that right now. I think we're moving into that where you'll get the live stream. I think the idea is that to keep the stream alive, we're going to have the free live stream all week long, and then there'll be if you want access to this other content and you want to help support the channel. And matter of fact, Joe Donut's working on that kind of a subscriber thing, and then I'm working on that with him privately and some other. So I've got some other people as well I'm talking to, in the group that we're trying to see if they can help out, provide content, provide stuff for the newsletter, do some of the back end work. It just takes time. It's more about coordinating people. It's like a really large operation in the background. But I think you'll see that. So who's asking that is Ryan. You should expect that stuff coming out for you. I've had people. I just had a text message. Someone said, "Can you release the code into this Discord too?" And I can't. I'm not going to. So there's some responsibility issues that I have with it. I don't want to release it so that you take it and you run a trade on it and blow your account up, and you come back and blame me. I can't have you do that. But you'll have access to it to use it and run it. There'll be rules associated with it. If this, then that. When does this work? When does it not work? So I have to do the research on it, and I have to add some starting. So on the back end of it, right? It's I'm trying to add events. I'm trying to add some crazy events to it, like world news, market specific news, like when certain numbers drop, unemployment numbers come in. What should happen, and depending what the numbers are. So there's these math equations that have to be done. ISM against unemployment, yield curve stuff, literally down to events to add volatility. So if you get an FOMC meeting, if you get an FOMC minutes, I have to add that stuff in too. And then political events. I think I can add and subtract expected events. So like I think it can track if there's news on like a cessation of like certain keywords on cessation of fighting with Ukraine and Russia. Some other things I don't want to talk about publicly because it's very derogatory towards like it's like black swan type events that might happen. I just want to say it over the air. And as we add those features, we have to back test them too to make sure that they actually work and don't fuck with it. Yeah, Jill Natello's in the house too. Information wants to be free. Yeah, I know. I know. I want the information to be free as well. So that the key isn't that the information isn't free. The key is that I can't be here every day and fork out $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. It has to be self-supportive at least. Yeah. Your wife's boyfriend's involved in this. Chaz is involved in this. Talking to some other people out there. There's one big player that I'm talking to right now. He's a quant. And I'm talking to him. I've been looking up to him for like almost a decade. And so we're talking to this quant and trying to get him to get involved. And I haven't heard, I've heard back from him, but I haven't heard if he'd be willing to help or not. If we can get him to help with this, it could be really fucking cool. So yeah, what you're saying to me, you want to have access to more. So I think my point was that it'd give you the levels every day. We trade this every day together, and then what you do is on your own be able to apply this. You're not ever going to always be with me, so I more want you to be able to trade your day with creating your own zones, creating your own channels, knowing where high lows, pivots are, previous lows, previous highs. All those kind of things. But I see your point. You just want to access it, right? You'd have to pay for some shit like that, I think. That's like doing it for you. But I can see your point. If you want, Dave, is it Dave here? Let me see who it was again. Ryan, do me a favor and send me a DM with like, hey, just be like, hey, Cap, these are things I'm looking for. I'm always interested in knowing what you're looking for. So just if you could, just like write me like, these are things that I'm looking for that I can't find out there. I'm interested in what you're saying. Not trying. I think I'm sounding like I'm trying to talk you down or something, but I'm not. Well, I want you guys to have access to it. I think it's a dangerous thing to do. So, and it's going to become more. So you guys know this code is not from the whatever the fuck it is, Chat GPT. This is code that comes from. I'm not gonna tell you where it comes from, but this is not from Chat GPT or anything like that. But I want to add some shit from Chat GPT to it, but I'm afraid to even send it. See if I interact this with that, they can take it and use it, and then fucking be even more monstrous. So I don't know exactly how to do that. If I like do it separate and then try to take that code and add it to this code, and I'm not that smart with coding. I'm not a fucking coder. Like my experience coding is like finger typing. Like learn basic shit, and then I'm learning it with my daughter who's in school for it. So you can consider me. This is not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is more in how does this interact with that. Think of it from a trader's perspective when they're trying to look at the entire market and try to put all this different information together, and then regressive channels, Berg regressive channels, all kinds of predictive algorithms, and you need a brain pathway. So you have to find the structure that you need to communicate between two different things I'm not going to tell you that normally can't communicate with each other. I'll describe it that way if I can. Yeah, no, I think it's going to be something where you have access to it, but I think that you have to have like some disclaimers and like this is what you should expect out of this. And it gives different options and different time frames. How do you infer information from those different time frames? Yeah, it's easy. I know I understand JSON and stuff. That stuff's all easy. Like when I say I don't know coding, I know enough about coding, but not. Here we go, selling it down now. 392.18. Looking for that big bad close. Let it all hang out. Spy 39. What do we got here? I gotta take a piss so bad. I gotta get close. 392.24. 392.23. Can we get it down? Just bleed it off into the bell, dude. Just let it all hang out. Spy. Just get rid of it all. Drop the fucking baggage. I don't want to hear shit on saying we can't sell this down into the bell. Just bleed it off. Let it all hang out. If you're going to get rid of some fucking baggage, you cut it loose, right? Just sell it down. Hit S3. Clean this bad boy up. Beautiful trade. 5-day trade. Just relentless selling. It's not showing itself across the market. Emerson's and some other traders in the chat are definitely pointing out that some of the market hasn't had any kind of fare. Zero hedging. They're just like, fuck you. I'm holding Tesla. I'm holding fucking. Well, they're not holding Amazon, but they're holding the Meta. There's some tickers out there that are not. There's sectors out there that are still fat. 70% holding, 80% holding. You watch energy just take a beating, a straight beating. Now trading 392.21. Can we get down and hit 391 flat? 391. How about 391.09? Can we get that today? Just keep selling it down, man. Just let it all hang out for the day. Reset it all. Let the bulls step back in, buy a bounce, hopefully. Bulls talking about like recapturing all our highs today or something. We're not. You're looking for a bounce at like 390, hoping to get 50 points. Like give me 50. Just give me 50 on a bounce tomorrow. Here comes oil off the bottom LRC channel edge. Ever seen ES breach the trend line support line this morning? Very popular with selling. It's 2 minutes of green candles since the breach. Yeah, I'm still in some fucking puts right now, so just fucking bloodbathing it. Looking for S3 down below 391.09 is the target. Now look, we've got 3,900 on the board. Let me show you guys this. Now have buyers showing up at 3,900 flat. Hello, ladies. Just straight bloodbathing it down into this bell here. Rug pull, light support above here. Rug pulling it, almost a perfect tag above here. Sold right off the intraday charts in the 1 minute. It's almost perfect right here. Just bloodbathing it down to this bell right now. It's cranking on down. I know, I can't. I have to wait. At least let it run down here real quick. Or how about this? How about this? I'll take a piss. I'll be right back in 5 fucking minutes. I'm going to get torched, aren't I? I know I'm going to get torched. Hold on a second. I'm in like full fucking panic mode. I'm in like a full fucking panic mode. I'm in a fucking position and I'm watching it bleed off and I'm like, how long does it take for me to get back here? Whew. Still sawing down now. 391.75. Grinding down into a little bit of support here. Very light though. Price target still down here somewhat. Might see a little bit of a bump and then a bleed off into the bell here. Just blasting down. 391.75. Bottom of the key down here. Just grinding lower. Look at that VWAP up here. Amazing. 3900's got 404 contracts on it. Note as we trade down below here, if you don't see if you don't see this real money selling stop down here at any point, there is a giant gap down below, 3820. I mean, a little bit of support right here. Don't cross the streams. If you want to enter that S style, you want to wait. I took, there was a fucking swing against me on that trade, and I felt that pain. I'm telling you what, I felt that pain. I was scared. I forget who I was talking to about it. It was one of the highs. I was panicking about it. I'd made money on calls, but I don't look at like S style. I'm watching it right now, and I shouldn't be fucking watching it. It's like something that I don't want to watch. It's a fucking brutal thing. You just don't watch it. I don't know. I would say to you, you place those trades in a high or in a super low, and you don't look at them. I can't give financial advice on shit like that. It's a lot of money. I talked about it, putting it on here in the stream. And I got my balls busted on that position too. You guys are fucking relentless out there. You guys are fucking mean. At all times. No, you want to buy my bags? Don't follow me on that fucking trade. Just fucking, if you're going to follow me on that trade, wait till it's like on a high and then jump in if you want to. Okay, I'll do PG. So Juventus, we're PG from now until we're PG for the next 20. Is 20 minutes enough for us to be PG? It'll be a PG show. 391, 64, 84. Scratch that. Getting a reaction right now. It's pretty decent support. So this right here is like kind of that same thing right here. Maybe we'll make another one above here now. We'll put another one. I don't think that hold on a second here. There's is this where this one was? No. That one's more like yellow down there. We're starting to stretch it out down here. Does anybody think we get that last bloodbath? Let me know in chat if you think we're getting this last little bloodbath down here. Is it even worth staying in for this stuff? I don't know that it is. I don't know that it's worth staying in. Hang tight here. I gotta adjust my head. My headphones been on for quite some time here. You guys want a PG stream? 20 Juventus. Tony, I'll be back in 20. I don't see this being a bad day for Tesla in any way, shape, or form. Down 2% in the day. Not so bad. Tesla overall the past week's holding up pretty well. Yeah, we'll get there, right? We always do, don't we? That's this crazy part. Whenever we're going up or down and we're doing this stuff, we always get there, don't we? It's kind of gross. I'm going to make this right here. Just tag it level to level, right? Isn't that how this goes? Level to level. Just stair stepping us down. Thank you for playing. Yeah, I think we do too. I'm looking for, so if you guys want to know, so I'm looking for same kind of a thing above, right? So every time we come up here, something like that under the bell. Some kind of contact down here. The trade might be over if you see a trade above this and then move higher. So that's really what I'm watching for. So you can see the contact here, right? You can see the contact right here. So you're going to be looking for that same contact heading it into the bell. So if you're looking for it here, right? Remember we're up here and we said this is remember when we were up here and I was like, man, this is turning from like I had a bunch of calls in here and I was like, man, you see this shit right here? It's like they're trying to turn this support into resistance. Then we changed all these colors here. We went to red here. And they sold right off it, right? They ended up selling off the moving averages. Sold it down. We put this here, right? Same kind of nonsense. You can see they sold it one more time. We knew that there, where we saw this little bit buyers stepping in now. So we're gonna be looking for is another put into the bell here. So you're gonna be looking for a rejection again right here. Okay. If this gets rejected, this should be the target into the bell somewhere in here. So you see the trade right here. One trade, two trades, three trades right there. So let's see if this one holds. Does take it one more time into the bell right down here. I haven't seen, I mean, if we see like a big volume bar, I'll check this volume bar. You want me to check if this is a volume bar of any significance? Kind of. Not really. Nope. It's a 15-minute chart. 2.5 million. That's pretty good. 1.68 million. 2.2 million. 2.25 million. Get a nice wick on this candle though. Still a nice wick right now. We'll see. This is still developing, this candle, so it'll change over time. We want to see what the reaction is right up here. You guys want play-by-play? I'll give play-by-play. You guys like play-by-play, don't you? You guys want to see play-by-play? Hold on, let me... Where else do you get play-by-play? The same thing down here. You want to take a walk around the market and see if the odds are against or in our favor? This is stronger over here than it was over here. Bookmap showing some strength in this move right here. There could be a turnaround. Remember, we're selling the rip. You want to see if this gets if it reacts off the 100 here. We could just take off. Well, we're gonna be looking for targets above from here, but could just left the 100 on the 1 minute chart and traded off it all day if you want to here. VWAP way far above, right? VWAP's probably coming down to where this red bar is right here. If you're looking to take this trade, you'd be wanting to see a break above this 100. The 100's been very reactive. That would be the trade there. Possible. You can get up here to 395 for if you want a bullish trade here, but I don't trust this at all. We're in a trend down day today, so I'm looking for a reversal off and down into the bell still. It would only be fitting that you'd get the. It would only be fitting that you get that into the bell. Right down in there, S3. I'm not in puts on this yet. I want to see it come up and reject. I want to see almost a touch and something stupid like that. If you're like, this is too much to take this next leg down, all you have to be looking for is a volume bar. It's pretty easy. Just go to like a 5-minute chart. You go to, this is a 5-minute chart right here. You go to a 5-minute chart, you go to 15. You want to see a reversal bar, you'll know it. You'll know a reversal bar when you see it. Pretty easy. That's only 2.6 million. It's stronger. Like at a 15-minute, you want to see like 15 million. Something like that. Buyers still lower than sellers right now. This is just short covering. That's all it is. That's all it is. Can it develop into more? Yes, but you want to see this first. Like first, you want confirmation. You want to see something like this, a break above. You want to see a 15-minute candle develop into millions. Just quick pullback, and you'll take that rip. You can also watch the premium on calls. That'll sometimes give you a hint as well. If you watch the call side, let's say right now you're like, I want to take calls here, Captain. I think we're reversing into the bell. We talked about this with you earlier. Right? Earlier up here, I was like, I'm not seeing. There was like a small rips up here, and I was watching calls go like 21 cents, 23 cents. If we were ripping higher, you'd see like 21-cent calls go to like 35 cents, 40 cents just right here. I mean, you get people following you, buying those calls. So if you just watching the options chain, let me go look at call side. Hold on. So where are we right now? 391s. So just look at like 393s right here. They're at 41 cents right now, okay? You want to see like a ramp in the price of those calls. They're at 40 cents right now. They were at 41 a second ago. You want to see like a ramp before it actually moves. You'll start chasing it to jump into them. It'll give you a picture of this. It'll give you a lead indicator that this is not rolling anymore. So there's like hints for you to be looking for if you're saying too risky, too dumb, too stupid. I don't know why you'd take this. There's some pretty simple ways to find out if you should or shouldn't. Or if you're taking a long hit down here, where can you probably buy and make some money? If you're inputs, you can watch the long side and see if it's gaining in traction. I know some people here in stream that have bought like calls on that are way outside the money, and you can watch the ramp even when the market's going down. There are other ways to do this too. You could look at on a farther out date, just a week or two, and you'll see a ramp. Even though it might be not moving on the 0 dates or 1 dates, you'll see like 5 dates start moving up. Or holding price, and that's going to infer a market directional change. I wish there was a program for that. I should ask that Chat GPT to come up with that. Watching premium kick like 2 weeks out relative to zero dates. And if there's divergence in the direction the market's going a certain way, that might tell you if there's a market or directional shift taking place. We'll check the 5-minute again. It's pretty good right there. 800, 700,000, 200,000. Pretty good. 15 minutes, not quite showing it yet. Still sellers here. Big buyers stepping in right now. Volume buyers getting in there. This is good to see right here. Get a nice rip. Could take this for a short rip. See what the call side costs. Those calls are now 49 cents. They were 40 cents. We're getting some premium kick on 393s. I'm gonna end that trade real quick. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of distribution. They haven't clipped utilities yet. I thought they would have clipped utilities at this point. See if this gets rejected or not right here. Calls are now up to 51 cents. I'm in a 10 pack. Now up to 53 cents. See if we can break through here. 56 cents, 57 cents. Put a stop on them at 50 cents. Change my stop. I'm at 54 cents. Nope, I'm out. That's got kicked out. Kicked out at 54 cents. Something about a SPY 440 call. Yeah, so like, do you guys want me to show you? Hold on a sec. I'll show you some stuff. I'm gonna stay. Hold on. Give me a second here. There's a bull argument from this morning. Hold on a second. I'll show you. So there's an argument, or not? There's there's a stitched together argument that, well, first of all, let's start with bulls didn't want to take a trade higher off 410. They want to see like consolidation. That consolidation turned into distribution on the SPY, right? There was another guy that was like, I don't want to long into OPEX if we were trading high into it anyways. I'd rather buy a dip into OPEX. There's also a seasonality chart that shows December having two separate rips, especially 1 and 2. And a matter of fact, this year it doesn't line up exactly to the days, but there's a second rip at the end of the second half of the month. The rip that came early this year and the holiday rally. So the implication being there'd be another rip on OPEX. I'm flat right now on 0 dates. Now, you know, you had Mike Burry come out and say he was fucking short. You know he was short. Market fucking blew up in his face, right? So then Mike Wilson came out and fucking said, Morgan Stanley came out and said we're selling equities. I think guys like that do that shit to each other. I think they're fucking funny or whatever. Or then they go to like a holiday party and they're fucking like, yeah, I fucking came out there and told him I was long equities. Or Mike Wilson said he was long equities. And then of course Monday morning, when we're about to break through, Mike Wilson came out publicly and said, I'm fucking short. And now you got fucking Burry out there, like fucking retarded. Sorry, I shouldn't say that word. So, at any rate, there's still an argument that you could say that Wilson is kind of manipulating the market. Wilson's like, I'm selling the market. Could just be him wanting a better. He said specifically in his statement, he said there's not enough to make on the upside. Those are key words that I saw. Those key. He says not enough upside to go to 430, or I think he called 430, 440. If we're wrong, you can correct me on that. There's a gap at 420. So if he gets it down far enough, maybe there is a reason to then take a trip up there, right? 3 or 4 or 500 point ripper. He might also know that news will be interpreted by the stock market. Could be an initial pump on the market. So let's say we traded up right now to 430 or 420 and 430 into OPEX. Let's say Morgan Stanley's approach is we're going to sell into strength. And so they're saying we want to sell, let's say it's 430, 440, and we trade up into OPEX let's say we're at 420 in OPEX, 430, 440. And we get this news that the initial market reaction is, well, fuck it, we're going to blast it up to fucking 460, 470. That could be taken as a market reversal. And they may not want to be selling into that kind of strength. They might trigger other market participants to fuck their trade up to sell into that strength. So there could be like some kind of a, man, I'm stretching this. I'm trying to fucking stretch this for the bulls. I'm fucking trying for you bulls. You know, I guess you could argue that. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not buying that. I'm buying the bear story at this point personally, but it's hitting all the metrics that we talk about here. To be a bear here. Now, with all that said, I'm going to show you something. Fucking A. You're terrible. Like the 9-day, 10-day MA is just starting to roll over. It's like just starting to roll over. It hasn't rolled over yet. Let me get a color for you so you can see it. It's really fucking hard to see on a It's really fucking hard to see on a You guys are going to be pissed when I show you this. You want the last bear hope or bull hope? All right. I know you do. I know that I know there's perma bulls and I know there's perma bears. I get it. Can I make this thicker? Okay. Oh shit. Can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, look at that. SPY's cranking right now. Breaking above the 100. That's a big move for SPY. Before I bring this up, I'm going to talk to you about SPY real quick. I wasn't paying attention. So this is productive for bulls. 1, 2, green bar up. You're going to look for, if you're a bull, you're going to be looking for a little bit of this, and you're going to be looking for this right here. This is what you're looking for levels. This is VWAP above 395.32. Look for some consolidation and some moves higher. It's productive for bulls right here. Absolutely. We'll wait for this trade to be done. There's a little bit of a ramp. Calls were at 40 cents and they blasted off to 50 cents. I'm not watching them right now. They're now at 77 cents, almost 100% trade. Well, this is a 100% trade from here to here. That's good premium right there. This is what I was talking about early in the day. When you don't see that premium kick, it's a 100% trade right here. That's a nice bullish move right here. Nice green bar back here for volume. Came in like right here. Was that like 42 cents? It's a 100% trade right here. I didn't stay in it. I took profit right in here. So hold on a second. That's a 5-minute 100% trade right there. Very nice. Very productive for the bulls. I'm going to show you a chart that's gonna get you wondering. I know that for sure. I don't like showing these charts yet because if I do, like I got to run this thing through its pay. So I'm gonna explain something to you guys. Okay, this is what I want to explain to you guys. Okay, I haven't shown this chart, I don't think, publicly, and the reason I haven't shown this chart publicly is mostly because if it doesn't know to fail, if the algo doesn't know to fail, then you could take a long down here and get totally fucked. All right, so I'm going to show this real quick to you guys. No screenshots, no none of that. I want to see a screenshot, none of that bullshit. Okay. See this yellow line right here? It's not really what's important. You see the green stuff back here? There's like green bars in here. This is like a regressive. It's looking back in time and predicting what's going to happen in future time. It's also showing some overlap in what's actually happened versus what can continue to happen up here. Does that make sense? Another thing, the yellow line to pay attention to is that you haven't seen a legit trend reversal. You're just starting to see a trend reversal with this yellow line right here. Now, when you start giving up like that 9-10 day moving average, it's pretty important. It's a good way to find some confirmation, but we haven't really given it up yet. Fucking algo, man. Even with this selling today, right? And the SMA is saying that we're within, like a range that's acceptable. So the fucking algo is still not fucking saying no. And as a matter of fact, the algo is saying to expect this dip here, and we're experiencing it right now. And what that algo is saying, do not fucking trade this. I'm not joking. This is not financial advice, and this is not what you should do. But what this algo is saying is to expect this giant fucking rip. And this would correlate to this one right here, so you could actually measure this. But you're still talking about hitting like 430 or 420, maybe 430. And you can see it here, right? This is January 1st. This is like end of the month, end of the year, beginning of the year, and then this coming back down to February and March, and then dude, a bottom, man, and a blast off. And like you guys should not trade this shit at all. You should not chart based on this, any of this right here. A lot of data goes into this, like, it's still not turning down. It needs to, like, it needs some key EMAs to break. It needs like some breadth to break. It's not seeing the breadth breaking, so it's still saying you're wrong. It's actually saying that fucking Mike Wilson's lying. That's what it's saying. But you start seeing breadth breaks, start seeing EMAs getting broken on a daily. It's gonna roll over. It will. It'll start correcting itself, and it's not right now because there's shit in the market that's saying no. I think Emerson said it earlier that they're still not fucking hedged. I think he was like, they're still not hedged, I promise you. That algo's saying the same thing. So how do you interpret that, right? There's a bunch of different ways you can look at that and interpret that. The market's still not hedged. The market's still fucking long. Market's not scared. Market's not, maybe dumb money doesn't, smart money switched over to the dumb money, and the dumb money just doesn't fucking care. Even with the selling today. Bob Kendall's algos are bullish too. Yeah, I don't like showing this right now because I ran it at the bottom and I'm running it now at the top. I want to see if the top rolls over, like big rollover, and when and if the algo rolls over with it. How long it takes. What does it need for confirmation? We do this as traders, right? We do this where we say, I need this and this to happen to turn bearish. I need this and this to happen to turn bullish. I can be more comfortable being a bull here. I can be more comfortable being a bear here. And this fucking thing is being aggressive, man. This fucking thing is like, fuck you, you're wrong. And it turned, when we were at the bottom of the market, it turned. So I don't know what it's going to do at the top. And I'm telling you that's full honesty. So I don't know if it's going to keep going up. I don't know when it's going to roll over. If the market, what does it take for the market to roll over for it to turn over? You could get fucked up in a position. So, like looking at today, right? If I was just relying upon that, I would sit there and say, I don't find the deeper we sell off, the better off I am to buying at that dip. It's like right where we are right now today. If I trusted that thing, I'd probably go in and spend fucking 50 grand on some fucking OTM fucking calls, right? And I can't recommend that in any way, shape, or form. I'm not being serious. Sometimes you guys say if the captain says that, just go with it and do not. It'd be so much better to just, let it run, let it play out, and see how it acts. So you like watch it. We're still within trend. Do you guys understand that in a larger time frame, we're still fucking in trend? Well, that's what it's telling you. It's telling you nothing's been broken. That's what it's fucking telling you on a daily time frame, looking out a month or two into March. That's what it's saying. Well, so I haven't added the market breadth indicator. Some things I haven't added to it. It's got PPOs in it. It's got short, long-term PPOs in it. Maybe a buying chance here for you guys, by the way. You might have a chance. Sometimes they'll sell it in the bell down here, but there might be a another opportunity to buy some calls in here. Get this nice little rollover. Looking for some buyers, liquidity grab down here. I don't know what to say to you on this fucking thing, man. You know what would be really cool? I'll give you the cool. I'm gonna give you the two outcomes. You guys all know, right? So you guys are all tuning in right now. There's 247 of you that I know of publicly. Probably a bunch of you on on other platforms, and then fucking incognito, so you don't know that I know that you're out there watching. You don't want me to know you're watching. That's fine. But the ones that are watching right now, you can at least witness and see what happens, right? We'll come back and check on it. We'll come back and check on it. As this plays out into January, March, we'll come back and check, and we'll see if it plays out. Because if it does, it could be a powerful tool. It could be something that shows. Maybe we have to put it out farther in time. Maybe we have to make it have a larger time frame. It gets fucked up over longer time frames, though. There's like a sweet spot, because if you run it for like a year, two years out, 5 years out, it starts getting like into itself. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna keep fucking going. So I think these major trend changes are gonna be a problem for it. All right, but though it has our like, it knows about our current trend. So I don't know what the fuck to say. I just second mortgage my house in the Algo. Yeah, please don't do that. It's still in range. If Bob Kendall's saying that, I understand why he's still bullish. I don't trust my shit. I know he trusts his shit. I don't trust my shit yet. And not only that, I'm trying to add a bunch of shit to it that I haven't done yet. And I'm trying to get some help doing that. So if I can I have asked some very fucking smart people to help, and I'm waiting to hear back. I might have heard back and haven't even checked. I haven't checked my messages yet to see if they've responded. I've been way too fucking busy and wrapped up in this bullshit. It's been predicting pretty well, though. Privately behind closed doors, I've sent some of these projections off. What I think is like the right projection, I'm like, yeah, this one looks right. And it's proved itself pretty consistently. But is it like, do you have to know what you're looking at or do you have to have that insight to be like, this one looks right? I'm not quite sure yet. Yeah, it's really hard. And so there's a bunch of other stuff. So I was talking to Joe Harper yesterday, I think, or the day before, and he said he was saying that he could add actual things that I don't think people have considered adding in. Like, you'd have to figure out an equation to be like, what would, like, you'd have to write an equation to be like, what's like the cumulative effect of putting this against this, yields, like, or like yields isn't a good example. Unemployment's actually a good example. It's a very simple way to, it's expectation of the impact in the market as unemployment changes. Maybe you could add volatility to, and you guys ever look back, you can see some of the FOMC meetings are like, you buy into them, then you sell the minutes. There's some like consistent patterns, and some of them are like better than others. So like the more consistent patterns you can add in. There's like news events that you can add in. Headline, you can use sources like CME data, CBOE data. You can have it updated every single day. You can plug that shit into like a Reuters news feed. Be looking for certain keywords to be said. If you have, let's say you have a cacophony of Google saying sell, 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 and you know that that's always the bottom of a market, you can add that in. Like all this shit you can add into this stuff. And then you have to run it and see if there's problems. Is it fucking it up? Is it helping it? Is it helping it to make a turn when you need to make a turn? You got like cycles, you've got sector cycles. There's all this shit you can add into it. So cyclical rotations by the year, by decades. Yeah, exactly. If you hit a certain terminal rate, like if you heard like specific talk about quantitative easing, how does that impact what happens? It's like it's endless. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Hey man, if this helps us, we're gonna use it. So we're gonna use it. Those calls are now back down to like 39 cents. We are forming a nice base. Some kind of base. I know. Can I just dump into the bell, please? I'd like to buy this bell. Anybody buying this bell? I think I'm going to buy it with some calls. Or should we buy it now and just let it run up? Let's look at calls. So I was just on the puts and calls for the 6th, but I'm maybe, oh yeah, Jesus. December 7th, 156,000 on 400C for 9 cents. Man, I think they're going to burn the fuck out of those. I bet you see that positioning change to much, much higher. December 8th. Calendar. How about the 9th? December 9th. It's not a bad position. So just looking right now, like December 9th calls, that can get wonky too, right? They'll run it up only into a spread here might be nice. Call spread into Friday. Like what do they hit? What if they hit 400 by Friday? Let's look at a 5-day chart. We're coming into the close here, so even if we get a rip here, I want to just set you guys up for the next for the rest of the week here. So I think this is a 5-day chart. 5-minute chart, 5-day chart on a 5-minute. Let's just pause it here, okay? It's a giant fucking bull flag if there ever was one, right? Does it? Well, you guys can't see. Hold on. Yeah, you see these moves and it's like 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, this kind of bullshit in here. That's my only. I'm not saying we don't gap up to what I'm saying. What if you bled down into the bell down here? You want to account for that? What if this happened here, right? I always do this shit in my mind. I'm trying to relate in my mind what I'm thinking usually. Like, what if you see some kind of nonsense like this? And then the shorts give it up on Friday or even Monday. Does that make sense? In a larger time frame, they bloodbath it down. Or they hold this right here and, they bloodbath it down, kind of get this bullshit here on Friday. Or Monday it comes in, right? Doesn't mean you don't gap up tomorrow. I'm just saying maybe it bleeds off. We gap up tomorrow and you're in the wrong position. Here in 1 dates. Maybe like Monday calls. 398 for Monday. What do those cost? What, like 398s or even something more on the money. 395 for Monday. It's a pretty nice bet. Call spread down here is a pretty nice bet with like an expiry on Monday. Something in the money. Call spread down here is kind of nice into the close. All you have to do is be above this green bar right here by Monday. What does that pay? 100%. So you can let all this happen, and as long as it springs back up, you made your money. You guys understand this stuff? You guys all following me on this? See what you guys are saying. Yeah, I've got Emerson. I've got like, I probably have 4 attempts at I don't. It looks like the market is setting itself up for like this whole year into early 2024, not to sell the market today, but to attempt to fucking sell it. They have like at least 4 to 6 major opportunities to sell it over the next year. They can sell it whenever they want now for the next year. There should be some stability in the next year, and at any moment, whenever they're ready, whenever the like the unemployment numbers match to sell it, or they broke something, they can pull the trigger whenever they want. It's a plank being set up in the market. It's just like get on the plank and stand there and wait for it to happen. So anyways, even though it's bearish talk, right? You got to remember that there's going to be a snapback at some point. Your safest bet is somewhere out in here with a call spread. And I wouldn't expect it to get any higher. I mean, it's going to get higher over time. The longer it doesn't happen, it'll get higher, but have some safety. That's the only, and that's not financial advice either. If you were to want to, if you want to know if you're bullish on a snapback rally, this is probably has a 43 to 56% chance of printing for you. It's not a high. It's not a high. It's not actually a high percentage, but it is for a direction or a directional bull spread. It's fairly good. You might want to trade that into the bell, like down here if you can. Get the best possible fucking rot gut price on it. Last few minutes, see if you can get them to give you a price on it. Now, let's get something in the money for Monday expiry. Yeah, and that bullishness on that, so that bullishness on that algo doesn't show that bullishness into 2024. It shows sideways and slowly down into 2024. It shows attempts at dumping the market. It floats right between 31, 3,200 and 3,500. Trade it sideways and just look for an opportunity to fucking sell into strength, and then look for an opportunity to dump the market whenever everything matches up. Whenever some like company goes fucking bankrupt and unemployment goes crazy. Whenever like the reset and the timing isn't matching up. I know there's bears out there that are like, crash it right now. Let's have a dog shit market and have pitchforks and torches in the streets for 5 years. But with the manipulation of the market that comes from the Fed and from the Treasury Department, the manipulation that comes, the attempted Ponzi scheme, which they've been doing all year, right? We've seen it all year long. The attempted, you see the Fed trying to make you believe that they can control inflation. So the Ponzi is still on. And they'll dump it when they have the best chance to buy that bottom and you don't. You're the most bearish. And that's right. They don't want the boomers to go poor, man. They don't. They fucked that up. That's why banks don't get pumped up anymore. They fucked up so bad. Well, it's like the golden lamb or whatever it is. Like you're an American. You'll never lose certain things. You'll never lose your pension. You work at McDonald's. You'll always have a paycheck on a Friday. You work at Amazon. You work some large Fortune 500 company. You're never going to wake up tomorrow and see no money in our system. Our monetary system is the world over. And so they felt like the Fifth Estate felt like they were never going to let that happen again, and they're never going to let a bank let that happen again. And so the banks are kind of being held by their hand. This is what you can do, how long you can do it, and this is when we're gonna dump it. We're gonna push all this money around so it doesn't get fucked with. Pensions don't get burned. That's what you should be doing right now, is watching where they're moving the money. They're moving it from here to there to here to there to here to there. I suspect that some of that money that was moved in FTX was definitely part of that pension money. I don't have any proof of any of that kind of stuff, but you can see it in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. You can see it in REITs. You can just see it. Now they're trying to scam old people out of their money and tell them to buy REITs. So it's like, we saved your pension, but we're going to steal it from you from stupid investments elsewhere. It's like gross. It's like completely gross. Gross. Let me know if you think it burns into tomorrow in the chat. Do we have more continued bleeding tomorrow? Has it just become relentless? We're pretty stretched right now. We're stretched on the 5-day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days right here. Not that big of a move. On the monthly, the implied move is down to 372 or something. You know, somewhere down here. The more we stretch, the more we're going to come back up. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I know what the safe trade is. Or you could just throw shit tickets at. You could just throw 0 dates at it every single day for the next week. Just throw fucking 20-cent fucking shit tickets at every close and every open. Spend $5 that way. One of them is going to print like 4,000%. Throw enough shit at the wall, it's going to stick, right? So we had a 70%. So we had a 70-point sell-off the other day. I only made 300% on that trade. I was kind of pissed about that. Fucking puts don't pay, man. Puts don't pay like calls pay. I get greedy on calls. I've had calls print thousands of percent. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. You could set up a call spread into the bell down here. If you bleed down to like 390, take like a 390, 395C or something, or a 385, 390C with like a Monday expiry. I don't know if you'll get. I mean, it's the SPY, so you'd probably have plenty of liquidity. But the moment that you print 100%, I would get the fuck on out of there, or whatever it is. If it's like 20% of whatever you spent, you're gonna make like $20 on $100. As soon as you hit 120, you get right out of that fucking thing. Get right out of that spread. Yeah. Probably jinx, but I don't know. They don't want the boomers to go poor. The ones going back to work. Yeah, they are. I think that's what I was talking about with there's someone on Andrew, or I forget his name, Andy Constant or something, said, so like a week or two ago, I was like, oh man, they got money is fleeing fucking REITs, and then Andy Constant came out and said, dude, this week he just posted, he's like my mom said that her financial advisor told her to get into REITs. And I was like, well, maybe she's got a pension and they don't want to take that. They don't want to take that publicly, so they'll take it by taking the REIT money that she's going to roll her money into. Bank of International Settlements issued a huge set of warnings in its latest quarterly report. Some of that's CYA. I want you guys to know that. Gilt yields rolled rapidly in September. LDI funds came under severe pressure in contrast to pension funds. Yeah, that also lends itself to behind the scenes QE, right? Internationally, America supporting other countries too. Oh yeah, you're talking about the infusions now, right? Hey, Evan, take it easy. Please like and subscribe to these videos. please consider donating to support the channel. It takes a lot of time and effort to put this information out, put this time into the research for this stuff. Spend my days with you. It does cost money to run these streams as well. Keep expecting more and more stuff to be dropping to you here soon as the days and the weeks roll forward. I'm looking at the what is it here? What about December 12th? There's like 400 Cs on December 9th. There's 79,000 of them. I don't like that price. I think they're going to move them up. So you get like a 395. Those are $2. December 12th. There's more puts in the market on December 12th. So they're expecting a roll by Monday. 395 Cs are 265. It's a little bit more safety in that trade. You can get out of that trade without taking a beating if we continue down. Into the bell for tomorrow. Some crazy stuff if you're willing to go crazy. I would not be getting those 400 Cs that are 9 cents. Way too far outside the money. You want to get like a 395 or a 396. Matter of fact, I'll put some of those on. So hold on. I'm gonna see if we can come off a high here real quick. Okay. If you're expecting a rip higher or a gap up tomorrow, I would stay close to in the month. Not close, but maybe 2 or 3 strikes, 4 strikes max into tomorrow. I'm on some 396s right now, 396C. These are for December 7th. I haven't added anything for Friday or Monday. If they fucking trade this shit sideways, I'll be pissed. Ergo, thanks for tipping earlier. I didn't see the tip. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. Says someone's saying here, you really helped me take off my bull suit. Just made an incredible trade. Have to keep thanking you, sir. That's Tony Cheese. Hell yeah, brother. I hope to be able to do that for both bulls and bears at tops and bottoms. I hope to be able to help a bear become a bull. To help the fucking bull to become a bear when they need to. 100%. Yeah, I appreciate it, Ergo. It's hilarious. Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon saying there's a good chance of a relatively soft landing. He lies. He's lying. Yeah, I'll go saying you'll get a soft landing, but there'll be a capitulation moment in the next year, into early 2024. Maybe that's his point about a soft landing. Tim Cook saying that I'm looking forward to expanding my collaboration with TSMC as it establishes deeper roots in America. They're building some of those facilities nearby where I'm at. NVIDIA spokesman company expects to use all of TSMC's fabrication facilities. Time is it right now? We're almost there, right? 3:35. Power hour is not doing too much. We'll let this breathe now. Looks like there's some breathing room at least. Want to be looking for like 395 up here tomorrow. If calls print into the bell, I don't blame you for taking the money and running. we bleed off into the bell, probably have a higher chance of a squeeze. It's a beautiful fucking week, though. You look at that selling, right? So remember back on Wednesday, Friday, we talked. I think this was Wednesday and Friday. We were in stream and in post saying we want to see this come down. Turned into an actual fucking bloodbath, though, didn't it? Straight down, so a huge move down, right? Slammed down here, slammed down again. 3 times, baby. 1, 2, and 3. I caught this whole ride right here. I made a big, not big, 300% in a decent sized position. I missed this when I was on my vacation. Played some small intraday stuff in here. This pivot that was up here in this 200 MA didn't even attack it. Just like I think we squeezed briefly, but just then immediately started selling off. Never relenting all the way into the bell or into the bell right now. You're gonna be looking for. I mean, this is a pretty big. You're gonna be looking for some kind of a squeeze play now or into. There's sometimes you'll see fucking dealers. They won't burn the put side, and they'll slowly burn the put side, and they'll really kill them coming into Friday. So you might get the squeeze today, you might get it on Friday or even Monday. There's a bunch of puts on Monday, so there's an implication that you'll go up and then come back down again into Monday. So we'll see what's up. I'm up on my calls right now. I'm probably, if I can add to this, hopefully if we don't go up, I'll just add to it into the bell. I don't want to chase it into the bell. Look to see if we can get above this in the overnight would be nice. You want to see this get sold in the overnight either. This would suck, right? Dealers will end up buying futures. You want like
DOJ is beefing up enforcement over crypto and digital assets.
You don't want to see some bullshit like that either, because they'll sell cash down here. Try to sell cash, they'll buy futures and try to sell cash down here.
That was according to Marshall Miller, who speak in Maryland.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Sheriff, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for stopping in today, spend the day with us. Getting some wonkiness going on right now. Thanks for supporting the channel, brother. Appreciate it. Getting some premium kick on calls for tomorrow. Now 30%.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 382 million to the sell side.
I'm in for an average of like 45 cents. Now it's 70 cents. Bought some at 50 and then it's slightly lower. Now up to 68, 67. They're not burning calls, but burning puts. So you've got, if you don't see waterfall puts come into the market, what you'll see is you've got monetized puts right now, right? So you got puts that are monetized that are in the money, right? So dealers want those puts to expire worthless. They don't want them to expire in the money. Does that make sense? Now they don't always do it immediately. Sometimes they'll take all week long to do it. And then you'll have this. They'll burn all these puts and they'll dump the market on a Friday. Sometimes they'll just grind them over the week, blast the market up on a Friday to torch them. They'll create more bag holders as the week moves on. You have to. This has to do outside of real money selling. It'll also have to do with what the market does. They'll wait to see, not wait, but they'll react to put and call structure that comes into the market. You can have a neutral trade if people are all betting the other way. They're not going to want to print the call side either. How many are the calls in the money? Are they outside the money? Is there a Vanna trade that people want to trade that's much higher? My shit's printing pretty good right now. 68 cents. This will be a 100% trade before the end of the day, I hope. I hope it doesn't roll over. Hope it don't roll over on this fucking 200 day in the 1 minute. It's like on a 5 minute. Yeah, right up there where that red box is. See that up above there? 5 minute chart, trying to trade that. VWAP's up here at this first red box. On a 15 minute VWAP's the bottom of that red box. So this is probably what you're trying to look for. Do we trade it all the way back to 402? Someone's betting that for tomorrow. Someone's betting we're going to fucking 400. That'd be like a 300% or 3,000% trade probably. Be a good fucking trade. Getting some nice fucking volume on the 15 minute. This is juicy up here. It's juicy. Calls are now at 100% profit. Or close to it. A few more fucking pennies. They got like 6 pennies or something. 4 pennies. Some shit like that. They're at 78, 79 cents per minute. It's 396C for tomorrow. I wonder if I should take these off the bell and then re-enter after the bell. Buy them twice. Coming to some resistance here at S2. 81 cents now in those calls. 82 cents in those calls. I'm going to put some stops on these at 70 cents. Now 84 cents. Just cranking away.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 382 million to the sell side.
If we can break and hold over 80, I'm going to move it up to 80 cents. I don't know if we will. Machine buyers. Nice green balls right here. Come on, keep on going. Keep on fucking going. Breakthrough up here. 84 cents. It's gonna fucking, they're gonna fucking keep going or what? Break on through S2. Come on now, keep pushing. Keep fucking going. Keep on going. Feel if we can break above S2, you can change stops to 80 cents more than likely. Now trading 84 cents. I got 80 cents now instead of 70 cents. Stops on 80. I'm going to get kicked out here. Go on holding, baby. Still holding. Buyers are on 80 cents, just so you know. We're good. Not trading up 84 cents. So far, we're good. Gonna come out here and hit 90 here in just a minute. This is gonna be a good trade. It's gonna be like a 200% trade. I think. Still, and then we got tomorrow too. It's gonna be like 300% or something. Man, I don't know if we'll hit 300%. There we go. 91 fucking cents. Hell yeah. I'm about to go up to 85 cents, but not yet because we could bounce back down a little bit. It's a nice little fucking push right there. I want to hold 90 cents. Keep on going. $0.87. I want it to break 90 so I can go 85. There we go. All right. I'm on 85 cents.
Market on close imbalance.
I'm out.
1.3 billion to the buy side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
I just got kicked out of a trade. 85 cents. That's pretty good. I'll take it.
Market on close imbalance. 1.4 billion to the buy side.
One fucking dude. I should have stayed. Now they're up to 96 cents. I'm out of this trade right now. It's there. It's blasting off. It's up in the 90s now. If you don't use stops, you're doing really well. I didn't see this green bar. I was too fucking busy watching. This is a good bar right here. This is gonna blast off. If I had seen this, I would have fucking taken my stops off. I wasn't paying attention to the volume bars. Gonna get a blast off here. Look for the VWAP trade to 395 on that trade. You're gonna look for a 396 C to probably go to $1.10 or $1.20. Hopefully goes to $1.10, $1.20. If you're missing this trade, there could be another chance to get into this trade in here. The volume kicks down or something for a minute. You could probably get a good grab for a rip tomorrow. I'm gonna look to re-enter if I can somewhere in here. So if there's another chance, man, I'm hoping I can grab another chance to grab some for tomorrow, right? For tomorrow right here. So if I can, it might run away from me. It looks like it's gonna run away. 396 is at now at 93 cents, 94 cents, 96 cents, 97 cents. Fuck yeah. I'm not chasing this. I should, but I'm not. I'm not gonna fucking do it.
So according to the Financial
Get up
Times,
there,
Significant Bank
motherfucker.
plans to offload as
Get
much
the
as $10
fuck
billion
on up
in
there.
deposits tied to the cryptocurrency
Give me
industry.
one more dip. I'll buy your fucking dip.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures.
I'm not on the
forex, and
fucking
stock
trade, so I
insurance.
want to get back in the
Get a
trade, and then
free
you'll get
trial
up there.
at TickStrike.com.
Sorry. I know I'm gonna get fucked if I jump in right now. I know how this goes. Just be patient. Just be patient. Just give me a dip buy. Give me 80 cents. I'll take 80. Give me 80. Give me 80, 85 cents. How about that? 85 cents and I'll buy them. Just give me like 85 cents and I'll buy 10. Yeah, bring it on down a little bit. It's at 91 cents. I know you want to give me 80 cents or 85 cents. You got my fucking
We
finger
have
right on the
also
trigger,
posted out
too.
the piece by Financial Times on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
It's so fucking teasing me right now. Sit on my hands and wait. Just sit right on my hands. Oh, right there. Now you're teasing me. That was like 89 cents for the minute. I didn't I didn't get them. No, they're trading 95 cents, 97 cents, 96. Wide bid ask on them. You might want to put like this is what I want for it and see if they fill. You might see a little bit of burn off after the bell if you're long still on those. You might see them dump down to like 80 cents or something. Not always. You just diamond hit into the bell. It's not a bad day. Come on, baby. Up right in the bell. I'm not in, but I'll fucking cheer you guys on. But I really want to dip. I'll be honest. We just like one quick fucking dip. We're now down to 88 cents. You're not gonna do me. You're gonna do me wrong, aren't you? All right, I'll go down to 5 contracts. How about that? I don't want to go fucking bananas here. All right, you want me to do 20 contracts? All right. 93 cents. I'm in for 93 cents. It's fucking pure stupidity. I'm going to get smoked on this trade. Now get the fuck on up there. Do me a favor into this bill. I'm going to take that green bar. I just want you to smash it fucking all the way up. I know it's going to turn on me. I'm going to get fucked. It's down to 90 cents. I'm down 3 cents. Down to 87 cents. Now I'm going to get my 80 cents down below here. Yeah, I'm not too concerned. I'm having a good day. Fucking liquidity grab. Should I add 10 more there? Hold on. I'm going to grab some. 81 cents. Coming down to like 74 cents right now. Got 10 more. I got some good positioning here. I'm doing pretty good. I caught this roll right here. I got 30 at like 74 cents. I got some at 87 cents and then some at 93 cents. It's like just under 80 cents or so. Trying to sell it on fucking, they're trying to sell it into the bell here. Trying to sell into strength here. See them doing that right now? They're selling into strength. This is what negative gamma looks like. Any kind of strength comes into the market, they're fucking selling. Yeah, so I want some nut 396s again for tomorrow for a gap. Better hope PJ traders help out the bulls. Make sure they don't throw it back down into the open tomorrow. It's risky. Probably easier to trade it's kind of wonky right now. I don't know what the options market's doing for the overnight. My assumption is that the dealers are going to buy the market in the overnight. Kind of hard. The fear is they like sell the open, like 9 o'clock comes rolling around and it just starts bleeding off. Yeah, I'm doing good here. We're up to 86, 85 cents, 86 cents. I feel confident in this position. Now 89 cents, 90 cents. I'm good. I feel good in this position. Okay. So we're coming into the end of the day right now, right? It's 3:59. We got 1 minute left. I want to thank all of you for joining us today. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Share, talk to your friends about it. Hope I can share my day with you while I'm trading the market. Lend insights. You guys lend tons of insights. Couldn't do this with all of your input inside of the stream. You guys really do well working with each other and interacting inside of stream, trying to help make each other money. I really appreciate that. A lot of times you'll find in Discords, in chat rooms, people not trying to help each other to make money. So I'm very appreciative of that. Hopefully you get to, if you're out there and you want to put somewhere to sit and listen to someone talk all day long, you'll keep joining us. I want you to follow us on @CaptainsAlpha. We put out a morning brief every morning, giving you our directional bias every day, if we have one. Sometimes we put out some other technical information or some gamma stuff. We also put out, so we're running some beta tests on a algorithm. So please check us out. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. It was a good day today for the Bears. Bears showed up today. I am fucking impressed. Bears showed up past 3 or 4 sessions. 5 sessions, and they maxed it out. Way to be, Bears. Got nothing else to say to you other than that. For me, it was definitive that I got to put the Bears soon. I got to look at this now from a Bears perspective. I can't look at this from the Bulls perspective. Bulls have a lot of work to do to be. They have so much work to do now to try to be back above. They're going to need event and good news. They don't have that event and good news. I'm not going to expect any huge rips in the market heading into the 13th. I think it's the 13th, the 14th when CPI comes out, and then we've got the presser. So I would expect a sideways market and down into that event, unless you've got some kind of unknown news that we don't know about. We might get rips higher to just short cover, but I don't see it right now. The ball is definitely in the Bears' court. They showed up specifically yesterday and today. They beat down some key levels yesterday, and they sure showed it. That doesn't mean in the short term we don't go higher. Just means that are you wearing the bull suit? Are you wearing the bear suit? You knew that you were supposed to wear that bear suit or that bull suit all the way up into 410, and they've taken that back now, right? The Bulls have had control for 2 straight months. 2 straight months. And so when the Bears start to show a role in the market, you have to take them seriously at this point. If you hadn't taken them seriously before, which you shouldn't have, now is the time to take them serious. I'm going to leave it with that. I'm going to be there again with you tomorrow morning, again at 9:30. These days are taking a ton out of me every day. And then trying to prepare for the day, my family and kids and all that kind of stuff. So if you see me late in the morning, I had to reboot Streamlabs today. So just tomorrow morning, have some patience as I try to get online with you guys. Try to put a brief out. Then I want to interact with people on Twitter. I don't like being live streaming, and then I don't have the time or energy to. I have a lot of friends that I trust on Twitter, and I don't get to interact with them. I'm stuck behind the camera and the microphone all day long. So I miss those guys. So just try to bear with me in the mornings. There's sometimes in the mornings you guys are like, let's go right fucking now. And I'm like, I'm trying, man. I'm fucking trying. So I love all you guys. Keep tuning in every single day. I appreciate it. Appreciate your input, because you are what makes this live stream happen. You are what makes that chat happen. You are what makes that Discord happen. You make the conversation on Twitter. You guys are out there doing it day in and day out. So I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow morning, 9:30 at the latest.
LBNZ says they're seeking feedback.
Thanks for showing up one more day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh yeah, let me get some thanks out there. Thanks for showing up today, Joe, CSM Jazz, Joe Bellick, Femme Non Fatale, Dejan, Metamorph, Jay Cartina, Richard, Patrick, Mike, John again, Floyd's Garage, Elite. Who else is out there? John Haggerty's out there. Ryan Morris, D. Crosby, Binky's in the house still. The Market Rebels still in the house. Pat's in the house. MR and Realized Profits. Gary Schultz. Metamorphs in the house. MR and Realized Profits. Right on, my brother. Cruisin'. Edison Carter. Abraham C. Robert Levendive. Sparky. What's up, dog? Good to see you. Abraham C's in the house. Tim Bama. Squilliam. Superman. Stonks Anonymous. Who else is who have I missed out there so far? Tony Cheese, baby. Cool Cowboy up 15. John Haggerty, Tom Barma, Joseph Sowell, Chase Winter. Who else is out there? I'm trying to find everybody. Aiden Shimon. Who else is out there? James Rollins in the house. Crazy Eddie's in the house. Kid Time. Dylan Horror Roth's in the house. Superman, take it easy. You guys all have a great day. Victor, good to see you in the house today. I will check you guys out. Dylan, take it easy. I'll see you all in the morning.